that will promote the interests of the people. Almagtige God, ons bid dat U gedurende ons vergaderings ons die nodige wysheid sal gee en ons motiewe suiwer sal hou en dat U ons sal help om al ons tekortkominge te oorkom en al ons besluite aan U op te dra. Sikalela lezwe letu na bantu balu, umusile ukulungu kwipondo letu. Nkosi sikalela i-Afrika, kina abantwana bayo, kokela inkokeli zayo, yeniki ukpolo i-Afrika. All this we beg in your holy name. Amen. Please be seated. For the honourable members, before we proceed, I would like to remind honourable members of some of the logistical arrangements for sitting today. As has been our practice to date, honourable members who will participate in the sitting of the House, both from here in the chamber with the presiding officer and the table staff, and via the Microsoft Teams, and our standing rules have accordingly been amended to accommodate such hybrid sittings. The quorum requirements for the sittings of the House are provided for in the Constitution and the standing rules. Honourable members, unless there's an indication of unanimous concurrence, voting will be confined to members present in the House and on the hybrid system who are entitled to cast their votes as per the ATC issued on the 11th of August 2020. Members present in the chamber and via Microsoft Teams have all the privileges and immunities imparted by law. Honourable members, if you are considered out of order by the presiding officer, you will have your microphones muted and called to order. Honourable members, when a member in the chamber wishes to raise a point of order, such an honourable member may address the presiding officer as expected, but must mute their microphones when they have completed speaking. Honourable members, you are requested to please use the hand raise functionality for the members on the hybrid sitting if you wish to draw my attention to you raising a point of order. Honourable members, the media have also been granted access to the MS Teams meetings as guests of the WCPP. However, I wish to remind the members of the press that they may not use the chat room or speak or activate their cameras while the sitting is in progress. Honourable members, for this sitting, language translation services are available in the chamber as usual and on Microsoft Teams via the respective channels. Honourable members, I wish to remind you that no interjections are permitted during these hybrid sittings, and to this end, I wish to draw your attention to Rule 40 of the Standing Rule. Honourable members, I wish to take this opportunity to welcome you to the House today, but also to the guests in the gallery. In particular, I would like to welcome two interns that's interning at the Office of the Ministry. I think I got that right. Is it interning? Job shadowing, the Minister of Social Development. So welcome to Bernaline Essex, Farushka Polsa, welcome to the sitting. And I hope that you will enjoy the sitting today. And then also to the rest of the guests in the gallery, welcome to WCPP. Honourable members, with that being said, I wish to recognise the Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Good afternoon. Honourable Speaker, I move without notice that notwithstanding the provisions of Rule 22, that precedence be given to the subject for discussion in the name of Honourable Bryant, as well as the order of the day, the consideration of the report from the Standing Committee on Local Government, Environmental Affairs and Development Planning on the Marine Oil Pollution Bill. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chief Whip. Honourable members, are there any objections to the motion? No objections. Agreed to. Honourable members, we will now proceed with the subject for discussion in the name of the Honourable D.W. Bryant as printed on the order paper, and I recognise the Honourable Bryant.
Speaker, good afternoon to you, the Premier, and all the colleagues present today in the House, especially those who will be participating in today's debate. Speaker, thank you for affording me the opportunity to bring this incredibly important matter to the House today. It's high time that we debate the catastrophic impact that dysfunctional local coalition governments are having on service delivery across the Western Cape. Speaker, it's the position of the DA in this House that the dysfunction that's being felt by residents, businesses, and stakeholders in dysfunctional municipalities such as Knysna, Theewaterskloof, Kannaland, and others has been caused directly and deliberately by politicians and political parties that act primarily in their own self-interest and not that of the people they are elected to serve. Because, Speaker, the biggest threat to effective coalitions in this province is actually not ideology or personality or even policy differences. The biggest threat is corruption, fraud, and rampant maladministration, almost always from the ANC and the populist parties who orbit around them. Speaker, we have to be brutally honest. The ANC has spent the last 3 decades perfecting the politics of patronage and using local governments where they are in power to benefit themselves and their connected friends. The ANC has hollowed out institutions from the inside, converted service delivery into a cash register for connected cadres, and turned local government into a personal piggy bank for the politically powerful. Speaker, it's easy to forget about the Zondo Commission and the litany of offences committed by the ANC over so many years, which are now a matter of public record. This is what happens when the ANC is given unfettered access to absolute power. Added to this, the Auditor General's annual reports are crystal clear. Municipalities governed by the ANC consistently rank amongst the worst in South Africa in terms of financial mismanagement, irregular expenditure, and failed infrastructure delivery. And while we've managed to maintain a coalition at a national level with the best interests of the country at heart, at a local level, coalitions with the ANC and their populist partners are incredibly difficult to maintain. Some might say impossible. One of the reasons is that after a local government election has finished, many of the same politicians and political parties that have helped to decimate local government structures now arrive at the coalition negotiating table, demanding influence and key government positions. And let's be frank, in many instances, what they're really looking for is access to tenders, contracts, and administrative levers that they can abuse. We've seen it time and time again. The moment an ANC-aligned coalition partner is given oversight of finances, housing, or infrastructure, things start to disintegrate. The procurement process has suddenly become opaque. Competent officials with decades of experience are fired and replaced by loyal comrades. The tenders go to friends, families, and cronies. The collateral damage happens fast, and it's almost always irreversible in the short term. Speaker, I must be clear. The Democratic Alliance believes in working across party lines when it serves the public interest. In fact, we've proven that coalitions can work, like in the GNU, where the partners are committed to clean governance and they share fundamental respect for the rule of law. But coalition stability cannot exist in a vacuum. It requires trust. You simply cannot build trust with local political actors whose politics are built on the foundations of looting and self-enrichment. Populist parties, many of which emerged as splinters or stepchildren of the ANC, are also often eager participants when it comes to signing up for dodgy coalitions. They shout louder and make more outrageous promises, but their track record reveals the same story: chaos, patronage, and a reckless disregard for basic governance. Being a populist is easy. All you have to do is blame everything on someone else and then avoid all accountability for your own actions. But where we've seen these small populist parties in government, it's clear that they don't have a cooking clue how to run a municipality, which is why the PA didn't last very long in charge of Beaufort West. Populists don't care about the budget balancing or achieving clean audits. They care about TikToks and handouts. And when they don't get what they want, whether it's a tender or a title, they walk away from coalitions and collapse the councils, leaving residents to suffer the debris of empty swimming pools, missing solar panels, and as in Knysna, rotting human bodies floating in the water supply. We heard more about Knysna recently from the Premier himself, how that municipality is quite literally disintegrating under the ANC and the PA. Knysna has gone from having a competent DA government in charge, providing services to all its residents, to a chaotic coalition that doesn't know its ear from its elbow and treats local government like a game. Sadly, the real victims of all of this are the people on the ground who now go days without water and electricity and see mountains of stinking refuse piling up around them. They're the ones who now live with broken street lights, potholes, and sewage spills under the PA and the ANC because there's no functioning council to pass service delivery plans and because those in charge simply don't care. But sadly, Speaker, the ANC voters continue to elect deeply flawed ANC candidates back into power, as we've just seen overnight in Knysna. It really is tragic to see, and to be frank, it almost beggars belief. It's almost important to note, Speaker, it's also important to note that the DA is sometimes blamed for refusing to work with these local political desperados and for walking away from certain dodgy coalitions. Speaker, the ANC will never walk away from governing, Speaker, the DA will never walk away from governing well and in the best interests of the people. But we will walk away from corruption. We will walk away from partners who betray the trust of the public, and we will walk away from deals that would force us to become complicit in the very malfeasance we were elected to stop. We're deeply proud that the Western Cape remains the best governed province in South Africa as a result of hard work, professional administration, and a deep-seated intolerance for corruption. We believe in transparent procurement, clean audits, and measurable service delivery outcomes. Where we are in coalition, we insist that our partners believe in the same values that we do. If we want coalitions to work, we need binding agreements with performance clauses and accountability mechanisms. But parties like the ANC and the PA continue to resist this, and we'd urge them to reconsider. Speaker, most importantly, in closing,
Bryant,
we need the voters
to remind you that your time has expired. Please conclude.
In closing, we need the voters to help us send a clear and unequivocal message in 2026 and beyond that integrity in local government matters and will no longer put up with coalitions.
Thank you very much,
under the
Honourable
PA and
Bryant.
ANC. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now recognize the Honourable Stoffel.
Thank you, Speaker. Honourable Speaker, honourable members of the House, people of the Western Cape. On this 26th day, 7 years ago, in Kliptown, our forebears met the Congress of the People and declared boldly fearlessly that the people shall govern. The adoption of this Freedom Charter was not just a declaration of dreams. It was a commitment of justice, equality, dignity, and inclusive governance. Yet 7 decades later, we must ask ourselves, have we truly lived up the spirit of the Charter? Where is the dignity when people slept in flooded homes across the Cape Town Flats communities last night, in informal settlements across Khayelitsha, Philippi, Delft, and in rural towns like Danun? Homes were stumbled, children were cold, and families prayed through the night for safety. In Langa and Guguletu streets and people homes were flooded. We must ask, why is this happening? It is because under the DA Apartheid 2.0 investment and service delivery follow a racially coded spatial logic. Lively suburbs enjoy proper drainage, upgraded infrastructure, and responsive municipalities, while poor and working class communities continue to be victims of intentional underdevelopment. Speaker, we are called here to debate to the state of local governments under coalition arrangements in the Western Cape. But let us be honest. The real debate is about the complete and systematic failure of the Democratic Alliance to govern in the interest of all. Take, for instance, the rot in Swellendam, where a coalition, corruption, DA, and Freedom Front Plus has turned the municipality into a heaven for looters. The Vermaak report and independent investigation exposed a shocking and systematic pattern of corruption, tendering and contracts extended illegally. a father-son duo playing puppet master and profiteer with clear conflicts and interests. Senior officials, including the municipality manager, CFO, and supply chain manager, implicated in manipulating procurement processes. The report recommended a disciplinary action and even criminal charges, but nothing has been done. Instead, the DA and Freedom Plus, Front Plus attempt to bury this report. They clothe themselves in the language of governance, but their action exposed a party at war with truth. They wear blue suits and polished smiles, but beneath that fear veneer lies a party more concerned with headlines than with hungry children. They use a special council meeting to declare a FMAG report null and void, in direct contradiction to the earlier council resolution accepting the findings. Then they rewarded the implicated official with bonuses. If that is not a betrayal of public trust, I don't know what it is. Why is the Freedom Front Plus allowing its name to be tarnished in this way? The Freedom Front Plus was the first party to say the DA is arrogant, corrupt, bullying, and cannot work with other parties. We call on the Freedom Front Plus to do the right thing and in the interest of people and leave the coalition and corruption in Swellendam municipality. Honorable Speaker, where was the MEC and Anton Bredel in this case? MEC Bredel, the very embodiment of a factional and decisive leadership in a local government, has been silent, absent, complicit. We must speak plainly and unambiguous on this matter. The DA, through the office of the MEC Bredel, is the architect in the instability of municipalities in the province. Yes. The MEC uses the power of this department to target non-DA municipalities, abusing Section 106 investigation as a political weapon. Yet it turns a blind eye onto the DA-led corruption.
Honourable Stoffel, please take your seat. Honourable Chief Whip, is that a point of order?
No, Honourable Speaker, I just want to know through you if the Honourable Member is prepared to take a question.
I will ask the Honourable Member. Honourable Stoffel, are you prepared to take a question?
No.
The order, members, order.
It's
The
quick
Honourable
to-
Stoffel, I didn't recognize you yet. Honourable Chief Whip, the member's not prepared to take a question. Honourable Stoffel, you may continue.
He is quick to act against ANC-led councils such as in National. And he yet turns a blind eye to the DA corrupt in Swellendam and in the city of Cape Town. And now he wants more power through the municipal powers bill, an unconstitutional, unlawful, and undemocratic attempt to centralize control and undermine municipality autonomy. Speaker, this misgovernance of the DA can be seen in other municipalities in the province. In Saldanha Bay, 2.5 million was mismanaged while people wait for houses that never come. In Matsikama, jobs are handed in unqualified political insiders, like the son of the deputy mayor, in the defiance of the municipal hiring policy. In the Garden Route, there is an 11 million budget shortfall due to irregular salary payment. This is money that could have built homes or fixed roads. And let us not forget the George building collapse, where innocent lives were lost. Speaker, let us also confront the might of the well-run DA city, Cape Town city. The so-called crown jewel of DA governance is a wash of crime, inequality, and suffering. In Khayelitsha, Danun, Nyanga, children walk to school through rivers and roadways. Gang violence is out of control. 15 lives lost in single week, and all we got are excuses. Millions are spent to technology, drown sleep officers, short spotters, yet the only thing that they rises is the murder rate. While the DA claims clean governance, corruption, just beneath the surface in Cape Town. How do you explain clean audits when communities are crying out about construction mafias, alleged links with underworld gang leaders, and tenders being milled through front companies? We reinstate the ANC-led alliance call for the president to issue an SIU proclamation to investigate the fraud, corruption, and criminal syndicate linked to the city of Cape Town. Let us now look at Breda Valley. An IDP from 2015 is still not implemented by 2025. What a scanner. Road sanitation
Honorable
and
Stoffel,
toilets.
please take your seat. Honorable Masipa, is that a point of order?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I just want to ask if the member is prepared to take a question, please.
Thank you very much. Honorable Stoffel, are you prepared to take a question?
No, Speaker.
The honorable member is not prepared to take a question. Honorable Masipa, please take your seat. Honorable Stoffel, I recognize you.
Let us now look at Breda Valley. An IDP from 2015 is still not implemented by 2025. Road sanitation and toilets approved in 2018 have not materialized because, according to the DA, they cannot find a contractor. This is incompetence and or willful neglected. In the Doornsmith communities live without electricity for over 20 years. Elderly people whose homes burned down wait for years for reconnection. One woman even died after the trauma of the fire, and the municipality did nothing. No materials, no support, just silence. Honorable MEC.
Honorable
please do
Stoffel,
something.
your time has expired. Please conclude.
Speaker, public participation is a cornerstone in democracy, but in DA-run municipalities, that is
Order.
not a priority. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable
On time.
Order. Honorable members on my right, I am very capable of chairing the meeting. So I have indicated to the member that her time has expired. Or I do not need for you to re-emphasize my rulings. I recognize the Honorable Constable.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members of the House, good afternoon. First, Speaker, let me congratulate the ANC and the DA on the newly formed coalition this morning in the Laingsburg municipality. We are standing in a season of political evolution. The dominance of a single party control is fast becoming a thing of the past. And in its place, the age of coalition governments is rising across the Western Cape. Whether welcomed or resisted, this shift is not a threat to democracy. It is the very essence of it. Coalitions are not the problem. They are the product of people who are fed up with exclusion, broken promises, and unaccountable governance. The Patriotic Alliance is proud to be part of this change, not for power, but for purpose, for people, for progress. We've stepped into coalition spaces in municipalities where communities were crying out for something new, something better. And yes, we may be the new kid on the block when it comes to coalitions, but we step in with bold intention and the heart of service. Let's speak plainly. Municipalities once governed solely by the Democratic Alliance like Matsekama were riddled with neglect, backlogs in service delivery, frustrated exclusion communities, a local government that functioned more like a closed-door boardroom than a servant of the people. And yet, the DA dares to call this good governance. But when coalition governments with voices like the Patriotic Alliance at the table,
Honorable Constable,
charge-
please. Honorable Constable, please take your seat. Honorable Walters, is that a point of order?
I would like to ask whether the speaker would like to take a question.
Honorable Constable, there's a request from Honorable Walters. Are you prepared to take a question?
I will take him out for coffee next week, Speaker.
The honourable member is not prepared to take a question, Honourable Walters. You may continue, Honourable Constable.
But when coalition governments with voices like the Patriotic Alliance at the table took charge, we saw change. Communities that were previously invisible finally acknowledged. Services no longer politicized but prioritized. People engaged, not ignored. Speaker, are coalitions perfect? Of course not. Require compromise, discussion, and yes, confrontation. But I ask you, honorable members, is that the hallmark of true democracy? Debate, dialogue, diversity, accountability. Speaker, coalitions are not the enemy of progress. They are the foundation of a maturing democracy. They force collaboration. They demand humility. They deliver diverse leadership. And when built on respect, they bring government closer to the people. Speaker, we do not fear coalitions. We embrace them. And the Patriotic Alliance remains committed to governing not for popularity, but for purpose. Let us build coalitions not just in council chambers, but in communities. Let us govern
Honourable
not just
Constable,
with
your time has
mandates.
expired. Please conclude.
Thank you, Speaker, but with morals. And let us always remember, good governance is not about control. It's about care and serving the residents of the Western Cape. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Constable. Before I recognize the Honourable Minister, Minister, do you need the podium? I recognize the Minister of Local Government and Environmental Affairs and Development Planning.
Okay.
Minister Bredel.
Speaker, plaaslike regering in Suid-Afrika is in 'n moeras. Dit is 'n intensiewe sorg.
Honourable Minister, please take your seat. Honourable Ngensu, is that a point of order?
Thank you very much, Speaker. There's a point of order.
Can you speak to me, Honourable Member? Honourable Ngensu, can you speak to me? What's your point of order?
Oh, thank you very much, Speaker. I rise on the point of seeking to establish as to why only when it's Bredel that they clap hands, but when it's others, they do not clap.
That is not a point. Order, members. Honourable members, that is not a point of order, Honourable Member. Honourable Minister, my apologies. You may continue.
Plaaslike regering is in 'n sorgeenheid op 'n long en 'n hartmasjien. Ja, koalisies is deel van die probleem, maar ongelukkig sny die oorsake van die probleme veel dieper as net die uitdagings van koalisies. Plaaslike regering is baie so sport. Kom ons kyk na rugby. Rugby-wedstryd is 80 minute lank. Plaaslike regering se kompetisie is 5 jaar. In rugby is daar reëls en almal op die veld erken die reëls en die skeieregter pas die reëls toe. Plaaslike regering werk volgens reëls, soos oorhoofse vat in die grondwet, die MFMA, die wetskrif op plaaslike regering, munisipale strukturewet en die munisipale stelselswet. Rade het ook hulle eie ordereëls en die funksie van die skeieregter is hier ingebou. Howe is die skeieregter wat van laaste uitweg. Dink aan die howe as die TMO, die Television Match Official. Wanneer die skeieregter nie seker is van die reëls op die veld nie, kan hulle die howe nader. Speaker, in ons plaaslike regering speel te veel mense nie volgens die reëls nie. Soms ken ons spelers nie die reëls nie, maar ongelukkig is daar baie keer moedswilligheid, gierigheid en blaatante korrupsie en minagting van die wetgewing wat maak dat ons nie ons mense dien nie. Speaker, President Cyril Ramaphosa het effektiewe plaaslike regering een van sy prioriteite gemaak vir hierdie termyn. En een van die aksies is om die wetskrif van plaaslike regering te hersien. Dit is 'n goeie idee want die dokument kom sedert 1998. Maar ook die ouditeur-generaal het gewaarsku dat 'n nuwe wetskrif nie 'n silwerkoel is nie. As daar uitvoering gegee word aan die inhoud van die huidige wetskrif, dan sou ons moeras nie so diep gewees het nie. Maar wyl ons nou in die proses is daar net een kans om plaaslike regering uit die intensiewe eenheid te kry en die inhoud van die wetskrif moet daardie bitter medisyne beskikbaar stel. Speaker, rugby word gespeel tussen twee spanne. Daar kan nie 'n derde span op die veld wees nie. Demokrasie is bietjie meer ingewikkeld en ons kan verskeie opsies in die samestelling van 'n raad hê. Maar koalisies is een daarvan. Maar kingmaking politiek waar 'n piepklein 1% of 2% party die burgemeester word of altyd die een is waarvan raadsbesluite afhang, kan nie werk nie en is nie demokrasie nie. Dit is nie waarvoor die meerderheid kiesers gestem het nie en dit maak 'n bespotting van die demokrasie. Speaker, kom ons praat oor Knysna. Hier is 'n voorbeeld van 'n munisipaliteit wat nie geldelike probleme het nie, maar 'n munisipaliteit wat die reëls ignoreer van die spel. Dit die gevolg is dan ineenstorting van basiese dienste soos water, vullis en riool. Almal in die dorp ly hieronder en almal word benadeel. Ek het vanoggend vir die munisipaliteit geskryf om redes aan te voer hoekom ek hulle nie onder administrasie moet plaas nie. Agbare Speaker, dit is 'n verleentheid vir die munisipaliteit, maar ons opsies het eenvoudig opgeraak. En die ANC het so waar gegaan in die vorige burgemeester wat afgedank is, wat bedank het voordat ons hom in die hof kan kry, en teruggeplaas om te staan en bring hom terug. Die ANC wil nie korrupsie uitwis nie. Die ANC wil nie korrupsie uitwis nie. Hulle bring met korrupte mense terug in regering. Speaker, in rugby is die skynsregter onafhanklik en onpartydig. Ons kort tans so 'n persoon in ons rade om die amptenare te beskerm van onbehoorlike politieke druk deur die verkose raadslede. Dit is veral ons munisipale bestuurders en munisipale finansiële bestuurders wat hier baie blootgestel word. Ek stel voor dat ons onafhanklike interne auditeure in ons munisipaliteite kry. Hulle kan deur nasionale tesourie aangestel en betaal word en rapporteer direk aan die provinsiale minister en die nasionale tesourie. In plaaslike regering het ons meer doeltreffende gevolgebestuur of consequence management nodig, sodat daar minder lang uitgerekte hofsaake kan wees. As die blou druppel verslag wat onafhanklik is sê 'n munisipaliteit kan nie skoon water gee nie, moet ons kan optree. As 'n munisipaliteit 'n adverse of nie sy boeke indien om geaudit te word nie, moet hy onmiddellik onder administrasie gaan. Ons kan die hersiening van die wetskrif gebruik om hierdie reëls van plaaslike regering eenvoudiger te maak. Ek stel voor dat ons die wet vasmaak dat plaaslike regering verplig word om 'n vasgestelde persentasie van hulle begroting op infrastruktuur en die onderhoud van bestaande infrastruktuur moet spandeer. So kan ons die water, die rioolaanlegte, die waterpype, die paaie en die straatligte in stand hou en sal dit nie verval nie. Speaker, een van die voorstelle wat tans die ronde doen, is dat plaaslike regering se finansiële model hersien moet word. Dit alleen sal nie help nie. Ons benodig 'n nuwe finansiële model en ons moet by nasionale regering begin. Want ons sukkelende ekonomie, ons sukkelende staatsfiskus is as gevolg van 'n nasionale regering wat nie finansies verstaan nie. Nasionale departement geen motivering om te spaar nie, want hulle vat eers vir hulle kry eers die korrupte keiders aan die gang en dan verdeel hulle na provinsies en plaaslike regering. Munisipaliteite in die Wes-Kaap staan kop en skouers uit bo die ander munisipaliteite in die land. En ek wil afsluit deur ons burgemeesters en munisipale bestuurders wat
Agbare minister, jou tyd is verspreek.
dienslewering bevorder gelukwens. Dankie Speaker.
Baie dankie. I recognize the Honourable Kasim.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the winds of change are blowing through the shores of the Western Cape, and with them, they carry hopes and aspiration of the people of this province. This change was first witnessed during the 2021 local government elections, where for the first time out of 30 municipalities in this province, 16 of those remain hung and are run by coalition governments. Speaker, the big loser in this election was the Democratic Alliance, which still remains in disbelief to this day, despite the efforts to always want to desperately hold on to power, even when they are no longer wanted. Speaker, this DA is currently in court as we speak due to their hunger and desperation to hold on to power, even when they fail to convince their own card-carrying members, councillors and voters that the DA is the proper vehicle to lead the people of this province. Speaker, on the 29th of May 2025, the Matsikama Council voted and removed the DA and its coalition partners from governing the municipality. a move which still continued to cause those in upper levels of the DA not to sleep at night. Hence, they are now resorting to courts in order to clinch back into power by force after losing a political battle to govern this municipality. Speaker, it is a known fact that the people of the Western Cape suffer from poverty as a result of high level of inequality in this province. Most municipalities run by this DA in this province only administer good services in leafy suburbs where majority of white people reside, whilst townships are neglected. Speaker, the Western Cape is currently experiencing a high-level housing crisis in the hands of this DA-run province that govern. There's a growing number of informal settlements because people are growing poor and can no longer afford to pay rent as backyard dwellers. Hence, they end up settling in unfavorable conditions out of desperation. Speaker, the Western Cape municipalities currently have a poor emergency housing provision for the poor and especially the elderly. They are very quick to run to court to obtain The DA is very quick to run to court to obtain eviction orders, but they get stuck when they have to provide suitable alternative accommodation to the same people they seek to evict. Just outside the gates of CPUT campus in Cape Town, Speaker, there are homeless people who have been granted an eviction order years ago at the request of the city of Cape Town. But the reason why they're still in that place to this day is because the court made an order that the DA-run city of Cape Town must provide them with suitable alternative accommodation that will respond to their needs. And once more, the city is failing to do that to this day. But as I conclude, Speaker, and as we lead to the next local government election next year, one thing is certain: the winds of change will continue to blow within the shores of the Western Cape, and the DA will lose more municipalities. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Kasim. I now recognize the Honourable Jacobs. Honourable Jacobs.
Greetings, Speaker. Can you hear me?
I can now hear you. You're audible. You may continue, Honourable Jacobs.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to all. I greet you all in the name of the Most High. Speaker, during the 2021 local government elections, 16 of the 30 municipalities have gone for coalition government structures due to no party winning an outright majority. Some of the most noteworthy of these are Teerwaterskloof, Knysna, Swellendam, and Matsikama, and many more. Speaker, TVK is on the brink of collapse, if not already. In Knysna, the coalition has caused service delivery to practically stop. In Swellendam, the DA and the EFF coalition has mismanaged the municipalities to such an extent the provincial government had to step in. In Matsikama, the infights in the coalition has had, as recently as the 29th of May, had a coalition change where Good, the PA, the ANC, and the EFF outvoted the DA. Speaker, look at Saldanha Bay municipality, the situation there, where the NCC councillor, who was the impact chair, unraveled the scam of 2.5 million unaccounted by the mayor and his team. She was immediately removed as the impact chair. We must be honest, a coalition government is not the will of the voter. These political closed-door arrangements usually does not happen with the public or voter participation. It happens in a caucus meeting. These arrangements are usually for certain positions, for example, mayor, deputy mayor, speaker, committee chair, and so on. The voter usually suffers due to continuous infights in the coalition. In the end result, service delivery is hampered. Speaker, coalition governments are part of our system. But if parties with different policies, different aims, different goals, and a different focus become partners, the coalition will hardly ever deliver. Neither will it last. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Jacobs. I now recognize the Minister of Finance. Minister, do you need the podium? Minister Bartman.
Honourable Speaker, local governments are the engine room of any functioning province. They maintain our sanitation services, keep our neighborhoods clean. They're responsible for law enforcement and creating an enabling environment for job creation and businesses to prosper. Yet when political instability takes hold, it can bring once thriving municipalities to its knees. In the Western Cape, we have seen how coalition chaos driven by opportunistic politicians have resulted in a revolving door of executive leadership, administrative chaos, and a lack of cohesive oversight. Coalitions require maturity, compromise, cooperation, patience, and a shared vision. But in recent years, we have seen how municipalities' finances have been gutted at the altar of narrow political interests instead of the interests of the people. We have seen how well-run municipalities with strong financial indicators and a solid history of delivery completely collapse. Honourable Speaker, we often hear the phrase, the people cannot eat a clean audit. This dismissive rhetoric ignores the value of financial accountability. A clean audit is not about handing out gold stars. It's about telling people what you spent their money on. It is also about attracting business and investment, creating jobs and delivering services in communities. And in the 2023-24 financial year, 26 out of our 30 municipalities secured unqualified audit opinions, with 20 achieving clean audits. These results are a testament to the importance of stable political leadership in local governments. However, municipalities like Kannaland, which received a disclaimer, and Laingsburg, which received an adverse finding, continue to fall short and demonstrate systemic challenges in regards to political volatility and poor financial controls. Speaker, as they say people can't eat a clean audit, but they also can't eat financial mismanagement, corruption, or theft. Speaker, jy kan nie deernisbeleide subsidize as jy nie geld in jou bankrekening het nie. So gesonde finansies is belangrik vir ons mense. The financial challenges in local government are further compounded by the collective 93.1 million rand owed to Eskom by 5 municipalities in the province. While some of the debt has been written off, this debt still remains an area that requires careful oversight. The Eskom debt incurred by Theewaterskloof, Matsikama, Cederburg, Beaufort West and Kannaland all stem from coalition chaos in those municipalities at some point or another. Matsikama, Cederburg, Beaufort West and Kannaland are all currently under payment plans supported by the National Treasury's debt relief scheme, except Theewaterskloof, whose 50 million rand debt arose after the 31 March 2023 cutoff. And the Theewaterskloof's current mayor has also rightly attributed these financial woes to a lack of political oversight under the previous coalition administration. Despite these challenges, the Provincial Treasury remains committed to supporting financially distressed municipalities. In Beaufort West, progress under the Financial Recovery Plan allowed the municipality to move to Phase 2, following their revenue collection now rate being at 85%, compliance with the Eskom debt relief program, and capital expenditure ratio of 87%. There's still a lot to achieve, but we are making progress in the right direction. In Theewaterskloof, a Section 139 support action was approved in November 2024 after a sharp decline in its financial position. By August 2024, its revenue collection rate dropped to 64%, while cash reserves fell and commitments grew. The Provincial Treasury and Department of Local Government, and supported by the National Treasury in working with officials from the municipality to develop the financial recovery plan, and we are awaiting the adoption of the final draft financial recovery plan. In Matsikama, an operational support plan is being implemented with 37.7 million rand of its Eskom debt already written off. Continued compliance with debt relief conditions is critical to this municipality's recovery. Despite initial resistance to both National Treasury and Provincial Treasury support, a Section 139 intervention is underway in Kannaland with a recovery plan in development, and we are awaiting its adoption. These interventions underscore our commitment to all municipalities regardless of political dynamics, and the support is bolstered with the Provincial Treasury's recent first of its kind local government budget performance review, as well as 18.6 million rand allocated for 24 projects across 12 municipalities through our financial management capability grants for programs such as water, energy, and financial sustainability. Honourable Speaker, as I conclude, I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate Mayor Aletta Toron on her election as Mayor of Laingsburg as part of the DA and ANC coalition government. As with all governments across this province, the Provincial Treasury and the Department of Local Government are here to assist as best.
Madam Minister, your tyd is verstreke.
May I conclude?
You may conclude.
The path to sustainable local governance is clear and in the hands of the Western Cape people, and I urge the residents of this province to support stable governance at the ballot box. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. I now recognize the Honourable Marais.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, coalitions are a sign of our maturing democracy. But many political parties, and there are councillors too, suffer from political immaturity. And this is destroying any good that could have been achieved through a consensus-seeking model. A feature of such immaturity is an unwillingness by some political parties to fully commit to political power sharing. They intentionally plan to oust coalition partners who disagree with their plans and their budgets, not allowing for deliberations or disagreements. Speaker, but there are successful coalitions. The Freedom Front Plus holds the mayorship in Oudtshoorn. This is a very stable coalition where we are sharing power with the ANC, the PA, Oudtshoorn Gemeenskapsinitiatief, and the Advieskantoor. The DA decided to be in the opposition. En onder die Vryheidsfront Plus noem ons dit die regering van plaaslike eenheid, the government of local unity. Die verskil met hierdie benadering is dat ons alle partye genooi het om deel van hierdie koalisie te vorm. En dit gaan goed in Oudtshoorn met nuwe projekte en die opgradering van sportfasiliteite wat voorheen nooit gedoen was nie. Speaker, the recent Auditor General, there's a report by the Auditor General on local government, and it confirmed that a lack of leadership and the commitment to ethics are major contributors to dysfunctional municipalities. Speaker, in conclusion, the Freedom Front Plus will never tolerate corruption. And for the 2026 election, we stand as a party that will stabilize coalitions. And we are a team player and committed to a consensus seeking in the interest of our ratepayers. Thank you, Speaker.
Honourable Marie, your time is finished.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and welcome back, Speaker.
Thank you very much. I now recognize the Honourable Brinkhuis.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker, and good afternoon to you and good afternoon to the colleagues. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Today we gather to discuss a critical issue that affects the lives of many in our Western Cape communities. The state of local governments under coalitions. The recent shift in the Matsikama municipality, where the DA lost control to a coalition of the PA, EFF and the ANC, serves as a timely catalyst for this debate. Socio-economic conditions under DA rule. During his tenure, the DA's leadership in Matsikama municipality faced significant challenges. Despite efforts, the municipality struggled with number one, service delivery issues. Concerns about water and sanitation services, waste management, and infrastructure maintenance persisted. Number two, economic growth. The local economy showed limited growth with high unemployment rates and limited job opportunities. Number three, social inequality. The gap between the affluent and the poor remained a pressing concern. Coalition governments like the new leadership in Matsikama face unique challenges. Number one, stability and accountability. Coalitions can lead to instability and blurred lines of accountability. Number two, policy coherence. Diverse party interests may hinder cohesive policy implementation. As Al-Jamaa, we recognize the complexities of coalition governments. We advocate for, number one, effective governments, prioritizing the needs of our communities and ensuring transparency. Number two, collaborative leadership, fostering cooperation amongst parties to drive development. The state of local governments under coalitions demands careful consideration. We must prioritize the well-being of our citizens and work towards effective governance. Let's engage in... Thank you, Speaker. I'm concluding. Let's engage in this debate with the spirit of constructive criticism and a commitment to serving our communities. I thank you very much, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Brinkhuis. Honourable Minister, before I recognize you, do you need the podium? In that case, I recognize the Minister of Infrastructure, Minister Simmers.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, Premier, fellow members of the Executive and members of the Provincial Parliament, both here physically and online. Local government in the Western Cape continues to show the contrast between effective governance and unstable political arrangements. But the key question remains, who benefits and who suffers from these choices? From 2011 until May 2025, we have seen the results clear, and often very painful. We have seen exactly what happens when coalitions are stitched together in the back rooms by political operators, chasing power and position, not principles. And every time, Honourable Speaker, it is the people, our residents, who pay the price. But where principled coalitions or working arrangements are formed, we see something different: stability, service delivery, and progress. So let's talk facts. Let's look at the critical battlegrounds in our province. Knysna, under it was a complete mess with the ANC, PA, EFF came in until recently, before the PBI ditched them. They were part of the mess. The results, absolute chaos. Qualified and adverse audits became the norm. Over 70 million rand in irregular expenditure. Maintenance backlogs exceeding 200 million rand as we speak. Refuse collection collapsed. Infrastructure crumbled. And recently, parts of Knysna experienced devastating water outages. Residents were left in the lurch by the coalition and had to rely on water tankers provided, guess what, by DA governed municipalities surrounding them. This is what DA governance means. We step in even when we see those communities suffering, even when the others fail to do so. In Laingsburg, since 2021, the ANC, PA, KDF coalition took over. The result, a disclaimer audit with 90 million rand unallocated for. Zero accountability, zero transparency. But it seems this morning at the council meeting, finally the light shone through to those who seek to turn that town around. And the PA mayor and KDF deputy mayor were voted out by council majority. And yes, a DA mayor and DA deputy mayor did replace this. And we wish them well as they seek to turn this ship around. Oudtshoorn, ANC, OGI, PA, Suid-Kaap staan saam, and yes, the Freedom Fund Plus formed the coalition. What has been the outcome? Unauthorized expenditure rose by 57%. Capital project delivered, only 31%. That's not delivery, Honourable Speaker. That's deliberate neglect at the expense of power. Beaufort West, once a town of opportunity, now a cautionary tale. Under the ANC rule for over a decade, 10 consecutive adverse or disclaimer audits. 10 consecutive, that must be a record. And in 2021, in coalition, the council was hijacked by a deal between the ANC, KDF, and the PA. Today, Eskom is owed 80 million rand, and the entire municipal fleet was repossessed. We have seen years of neglect under the ANC, and even its coalition partners have left pipelines and treatment facilities on the brink of collapse, putting basic service delivery for the citizens of Beaufort West at risk. Theewaterskloof in 2021, ANC, PA, Good Alliance. What did this alliance cost the citizens? 49 million rand in wasteful expenditure. Water projects stalled. Indigent residents forgotten. The people were sidelined for political games. The Central Karoo, now under the ANC, PA, KDF, until 3 weeks ago, Good also joined that relationship of corruption. In 2023, not a single capital project was delivered. The PA-aligned mayor, who's now the Minister of Arts, Sports and Culture, handed out contracts without council approval. That's not governance, it's looting in broad daylight. And the roads, it's fastly deteriorating. You can drive across the Central Karoo district. Gravel roads are vanishing, and vital connections between communities are being severed by neglect. Cederberg, from 2021, the DA and the Freedom Fund Plus and the Cederberg Eerste formed a stable coalition. What resulted from that arrangement? Improved audits, consistent delivery, reduced political drama. But in 2025, the Kripa iets in die water, achtbare speaker. That stability was shattered. On the 16th of January, Cederberg Eerste turned their backs on the coalition and joined the ANC in a so-called government of local unity. Now, service delivery hangs in the balance. Matsikama, for 4 years, under stable coalition government, which ensured that we brought back discipline and delivery. But on the 29th of May 2025, the Good Party, aligned with the ANC, PA, and EFF, hijacked this municipality. This was not about the residents. It was about positions, power, and personal gain. Now all progress is at risk of being undone. In Matsikama, a functioning coalition was toppled by a power-hungry alliance. In Cedarburg, a people-first partnership was broken for political convenience. But let's not forget the other side of local government, where it's stable and where we can clearly see clean audits since 2016 in Stellenbosch. In Overstrand, the lowest water losses in South Africa. In Swartland, annually, they outperform the infrastructure spend and their projects are on course. But what is the difference between these municipalities and many others in our province and the rest which are failing? Quite simple, the DA is not part of those governments. Governing outright is putting people first and service delivery to all. But that's not just good governance, that's stable governance, proven people-first governance. Honourable Speaker, coalitions are said to be the future of South African politics. But that future must be built on integrity, transparency, and shared values. Coalitions formed in the shadows, based on ego, threats, and backroom deals, consistently fail in this province. Ask the people of Knysna, ask the people of Beaufort West, ask the people of TWK, ask the people of Matsikama. But outright, DA-governed municipalities, built on purpose, principle, and the people's interests, those work. And the DA has shown this works. So let the people of the Western Cape following this session today realize the Western Cape has shown there's both a warning in what local government can look like, but we also have the roadmap to ensure South Africa can work, and that's by outright majority governance. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. I now recognise the Honourable Christians on the hybrid system.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the epoch of coalition governance has dawned upon the political landscape of South Africa. Hence, it's becoming obvious that coalitions are indispensable in the pursuit and application of democracy. It is necessary to note and to recognize the successful coalition agreements existing in municipalities in the Western Cape and also in the country. Speaker, the success is the realization of a common goal philosophy, and that is the benefit of this is to improve service delivery to communities. Contrary to popular belief, there are well-functioning coalitions that counter the misconception that all coalitions are disorderly, nor are they unstable with frequent leadership changes as popular narrative want us to believe. Speaker, one example that I want to use is where we co-govern with the DA in George municipality. George municipality is working as a well-oiled machine because the parties respect one another and they also stick to the agreement, the letter of the coalition agreement. Also, where there is sensitive matters, they try to find common ground where both parties agree. Both parties prioritize service delivery as a number one to serve the community of George and also what is to the best of their ability. The ACDP DA in George have a common goal, and that is that the people of George must benefit in everything they do. So, Speaker, the ACDP is a loyal and trustworthy partner when it comes to coalitions. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Christians. I now recognise the Honourable Aaron.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, it was interesting that Honourable Bryant claims some parties form coalitions to get access to housing tenders, where as far as I can recall, it's only the DA-governed city of Cape Town where MMCs have been charged with corruption and had their offices raided as part of housing corruption investigations. But Speaker, we need to be clear, the claimed instability of coalitions is not the fault of the so-called smaller parties. That is a tired old story. Good is a minority party in all councils and coalitions where we serve, and we came into those coalitions willing to serve, willing to share power, willing to bring fresh energy and accountability to local government. But too often we're met not with partnership, but with power games and attempts at silencing. And not because we're disruptive or unwilling to cooperate, but because we threaten the monopoly of the so-called bigger players. We do not go along with things blindly. The truth is coalitions fall apart because of poorly selected executive leadership, factionalism within the larger parties, personal vendettas, and not because smaller parties don't pull their weight. Knysna is a clear example. Municipal breakdowns caused by infighting and not a lack of capacity. We've watched national level power struggles play out in local councils, and the people we are supposed to serve gain nothing. Coalition should bring more representation, more voices, more accountability. That was the hope. But instead, we've seen too many failed coalitions because larger parties refuse to work with those they can't control. Smaller parties don't breed the instability, it's greed that does. The answer is not to retreat from coalition politics, it's to demand better from those who are in them. It's time to stop fighting for seats and start fighting for service. The good party is ready. We just need partners who are willing to work with us and not against their own team. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Heron. I now recognize the Leader of the Opposition, Honourable Said.
Honourable Speaker, allow us to firstly thank the residents of Ward 8 in Knysna for the ANC's by-election victory last night. In response, the DA seeks to now dissolve the council because they see that the coalition will now remain to continue honestly addressing challenges. We understand there were challenges, but the mayor has been leading from the front in honestly addressing those challenges. The Premier knows that. We also note that residents of Ward 9 in Mossel Bay have grown tired of DA governance in the ward, and congratulations to our colleagues of the PA on winning the award from the DA. Coalition government is not easy. It demands maturity, respect, and above all, a commitment to put people first. In Oudtshoorn, it was the ANC that reached out to form a coalition for stability and service delivery after the Freedom Front Plus broke the coalition with the DA. Following MEC Simmers and former Premier Zille's refusal to hold their former mayor to account for various bullying tactics, including the imposition of an anti-poor budget, an action which also led to the Freedom Front leaving their coalition in Langeberg. We did not try to unseat anyone in Oudtshoorn, Speaker. We tried to build. In fact, the ANC officially reached out to the DA for a formation of a stable, all-inclusive local government in the spirit of the GNU. But Honourable MEC Lant, in his capacity as the provincial chair of the DA, publicly dismissed any coalitions involving the ANC. And while much more needs to be done, we have delivered in Oudtshoorn as a coalition. New houses handed over, TRUs to more than 200 people, and a budget passed with full agreement. Yes, more needs to be done. Why then? But also, Speaker, Cederberg remains stable and successful as a coalition government. Service delivery is back on track, and the municipality has over 100 million in the bank. But why then, Honourable Speaker, do DA coalitions so often fall apart? In Matsikama, the DA could not even implement the findings of MEC Bredel's report into their own corruption, as they knew what it would uncover. Councillors leading in government deciding who got jobs and on what salary, jobs for relatives, and money taken out of an account meant for food parcels. It was outrageous that even one of their own councillors stood up to them and voted with principle and later joined us because he knew where integrity lies. It is even more outrageous that MEC Bredel has allowed his own findings not to be implemented. The councillors keep their jobs and provincial government did not intervene. But in Knysna, he wants to remove councillors and dissolve a democratically elected council. In George, it was not us who walked away. It was the good party who had enough of the DA's cover-up over the fatal George building collapse. They could no longer stand by while residents were left without answers. In Theewaterskloof, the coalition was good. DA clings on by its corrupt fingertips as another DA mayor is abusing his power, betraying the very people he claims to serve and undermining its coalition partner, the Good Party. An investigation reveals prima facie evidence that the mayor has interfered in the administration and fire senior staff without due process and appoint so-called DA cadres. In Bredevalle, no ward allocation since 2021. In Witzenberg, financial irregularities associated with security contracts. All these are leading to the soon collapse of these coalitions. The hypocrisy is staggering. Where we build, they break. Where we seek partnerships, they push people away. The DA has weaponized coalition politics, not to uplift municipalities, but to cling to power at all costs, where they have lost the moral confidence of the electoral mandate to govern alone. They have become obsessed with engineering coalitions that are DA dominated, even where the electorate has clearly rejected a single party rule. And lately we see, Speaker, a new trend in the DA's desperate attempts by running to national government and parliament for legislative changes to regulate coalitions. Let us be clear. These desperate calls are not about stability. They're about control. They're about closing the space.
Honourable Side, please take your seat. Honourable Walters, is there a point of order?
Chair, it's a question. There's inconsistency I picked up. There's a question I would like to hear whether he wants to answer.
Honourable Side, are you prepared to take a question?
You can pose the question when I'm an MEC or the Premier. Thank you.
Order. The honourable member. Order. Honourable Side, just give me one moment. Honourable Walters, the Honourable Side is not prepared to take a question. Honourable Side, you may continue.
They're about closing the space for alternative voices in government that the electorate wants to see, and denying voters the right to choose coalitions that reflect their will. Honourable Speaker, coalition government is not just about numbers. It is about trust. It is about serving the people who put us there. The ANC is committed to mature, stable coalitions that put people first. That is the difference. That is our promise. And that is why, despite the DA's failures, we remain ready to work with all who share the same commitment to put the people of this province first. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Side. Honourable Van Minnen, before I recognize you, do you need the podium? Then I recognize you, Honourable Van Minnen.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, when I was a teenager, it was the height of the afternoon soapy period. We had Santa Barbara, Agoli, and Days of Our Lives. Now, everyone on these shows had at some point been married to everybody else. People vanished and then mysteriously reappeared while looking completely different, and nobody seemed to recognize them. The drama was real and never ending. And even if you missed months of the program, nothing really changes. This is much like the Western Cape local government coalitions. Let me talk about an episode of the ongoing Daar op die Berg. And whatever Member Heron and Member Syed say, it's not a good tale. Following the 2021 LGE, Theewaterskloof municipality resulted in a hung council and a coalition formed with the ANC, PA and Good. The DA era municipal manager was replaced in June 2022 by Boeing Gobo under the ANC-led coalition, who was formally appointed to a 5-year contract, but resigned only 5 months later. In 2023, the coalition appointed Wilfred Solomons Johannes as the acting municipal manager over more qualified candidates. But hey, cadre deployment is real. In September 2023, a flood disaster triggered a 41 million rand disaster relief fund, but with no records of expenditure, no funds were accounted for. And the municipal manager and the CFO were suspended, and allegations of corruption and procurement irregularities abounded. In Grabo and Caledon, residents reported deteriorating service delivery. Large land invasions like Knoflokskraal were tacitly endorsed, and audit opinions dropped from unqualified in previous years to qualified, reflecting declining financial governance. Council meetings became chaotic, delaying critical decisions like the IDP, budget approvals and disciplinary processes. Impact didn't meet for 3 years, incidentally. Allegations of political interference in supply chain processes undermined tender procedures. The appointment of the municipal manager, Solomon Johannes, who is literally a good cadre, was ruled unlawful by the High Court and set aside following a challenge by MEC Anton Bredell. Another breakup, another suspension, and we have 5 mayors and 4 municipal managers in 3 years, causing massive policy and budget discontinuity and a financial collapse from a surplus in 2021 to a bankruptcy in 2024. But Member Said seems to think that this is building. I wouldn't want to comment on that kind of construction. Speaker, this is sadly not the only soap opera. Knysna, where a bit of body in the water is actually literal. Member Syed seems inordinately proud of this particular achievement. Kanaland, where a convicted rapist returned as mayor after 2021 to form a coalition with the ANC. Voice notes leaking about what would it cost to swing the vote.
Honourable Van Minen, please take your seat. Order members, Honourable Syed, is that a point of order?
No, it's, I want to know whether the Deputy MEC can take a question. Thank you.
All right, Honourable Syed, there is no deputy MECs in this house, so I assume that you're referring to the honourable member on the floor. Honourable Van Minen, are you prepared to take a question?
I'm happy to take a question when Member Syed is actually the MEC himself.
The Honourable Van Minen is not prepared to take a question. Honourable Van Minen, you may proceed.
Thank you very much. As I was saying, the drama continues without coalition municipalities being able to deliver any meaningful service, except for the service of legal process. Speaker, if Member Stoffels thinks this is dignity, I suggest she brushes up on her knowledge of local government. Dignity is the foundation of our constitution, and the ANC would do well to remember that. All of this points to the need to build strong and stable municipal authorities that are not bedeviled by unscrupulous coalition partners who are only not interested in service delivery, but in building personal power, potentially accruing access to resources and dodgy dealings. It's only through municipalities with good unqualified audits that we see proper delivery to the residents of the Western Cape. Fortunately, Minister Bredell does his job to ensure service delivery in these municipalities, who are literally fighting to win the race to the bottom of the AG's list. While at the top of the AG's list, Cape Town, Swartland, Drakensberg, Hessequa, Berg River, Stellenbosch, all strong DA-led municipalities that serve residents effectively, but deliver services and do not get caught up in soapy dramas better deserving of afternoon TV. Member Constable says the PA is the new kid on the block, but all they do is start fights in the car park. Member Kasim is right about the winds of change. They're blowing the EFF into the footnotes of history. The Freedom Front local government record is reflected in its name with a grade of a double F, and they change sides about as often as Table Mountain has cloud cover. I echo Member Bryant in calling on voters to unite behind the DA. We cannot allow unstable coalitions formed by populist parties to continue creating chaos and cause communities to suffer and lose dignity. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Van Minen. Honourable members, that concludes the debate on this subject. The Secretary will read the order of the day.
Consideration of report of the Standing Committee on Local Government, Environmental Affairs and Developmental Planning on the Marine Oil Pollution, Preparedness, Response and Cooperation Bill B10D 2022 and SOP.
Honourable members, the House received the report of the Standing Committee on Local Government, Environmental Affairs and Development Planning on the Marine Oil Pollution, Preparedness, Response and Cooperation Bill, conferring authority on the Western Cape delegation in the NCOP to support this bill. This mandate has been sent to the NCOP. I will now afford parties an opportunity to make a declaration if they so wish. I recognise the ANC.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise on behalf of the African National Congress to express our full support for the Marine Oil Pollution Bill. This bill represents a significant step forward in the strengthening South Africa's readiness and capacity to prevent and respond to marine oil pollution incidents. It aligned our domestic legislation with the International Convention on oil pollution and preparedness. Response and cooperation and places us firmly within the global community of nations committed to to protecting marine ecosystem. Speaker, we welcome the overwhelming and unanimous support to the bill as received from all 9 provinces during the National Council of Provinces process. This reflects and shares national commitment to safeguarding our coastline, marine biodiversity and the communities who depend on them. We also wish to acknowledge and welcome the recommendations put forward by the provinces. These inputs have enriched the bill, particularly around the clarifying institutional role, enhancing and intergovernmental coordination, and ensuring that inland water bodies are also protected. Importantly, the bill has undergone a full and inclusive process for public participation. We welcome the written and oral submissions made by various stakeholders, including civil society organizations and environmental experts and members of the affected communities. The contribution, particularly on issues of accountability, community involvement, and fair compensation, have been carefully considered and are now embedded in the bill. The bill establishes clear enforcement mechanism, provides for the creation of a marine oil pollution fund, and upholds the polluter pays principle. It ensures that not only we prepare to respond swiftly to pollution incidents, but that those responsible will be held accountable and affected communities will be compensated. In conclusion, this is a progressive and responsive piece of legislation. It is rooted in international cooperation, national unity, and environmental justice. The ANC supports this bill and urge the House to adopt it. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. I recognize the Patriotic Alliance.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, I rise today on behalf of the Patriotic Alliance to express our support for the Marine Oil Pollution Bill as deliberated in the Standing Committee on Environmental Affairs and Development Planning. The protection of our coastline is not only a legislative obligation, it is a moral one. The Western Cape, with its vast and economically significant coastline, cannot afford to ignore the devastating impact of oil pollution poses to our marine ecosystems, our fishing communities, and our broader tourism and coastal economies. During the committee deliberations, we welcomed the thorough engagement on the objectives of the bill, particularly the efforts to strengthen prevention and response mechanisms to oil spills, ensure accountability for polluters, and provide a legislative framework that supports cooperative governance between spheres of government. The committee also rightfully acknowledged the need for improved capacity and coordination at local level, particularly in under-resourced municipalities that often face the brunt of environmental emergencies without the tools to respond effectively. Speaker, this bill is not just about environmental protection. It is about protecting livelihoods, preserving biodiversity, and ensuring that future generations can inherit a coast that is not ravaged by pollution, but restored through responsible governance. Let it also be said that the support comes with the firm expectation that implementation will be prioritized, monitoring will be consistent, and community voices, especially from the traditional fishing towns, will be included in the development of response strategies. Therefore, the Patriotic Alliance support the Marine Oil Pollution Bill, and we commit to continued oversight to ensure that the letter of the law translate into real actions on the ground. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. I recognize the EFF. The EFF. and for the last time, the EFF. I will then proceed, the NCC.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the NCC take note of the work done in tabling the Marine Oil Pollution Bill. For as long as we know, the sea and the coast has provided food and income to residents of coastal and fishermen towns. Not forgetting that the koi and the sun stayed on these beaches. Now with the world developing at the speed that dazzles us, oil production and transport thereof has increased. But as with everything in life, accidents and incidents occur, which sometimes are man-made errors or just an act of nature. When this happens, we as the public servants must be open to say, we have done all that is humanly possible. We must be prepared and able to respond in an effective, swift manner. The bill is clear that the concept of the polluter pays in the bill and it should be enforced. We are also happy to see that the public participation is written into the bill. Coastal towns and residents will be hugely affected should such a tragedy occur, and their inputs are paramount to successfully implement this bill. The NCC supports this bill as we need to protect our people and our resources. I thank you.
Thank you very much. I recognize the Freedom Front Plus.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the Freedom Front Plus supports the report for adoption in terms of the Marine Oil Pollution Bill. And among other potential benefits to the environment, we also welcome the harsher penalties for oil spills within our oceans. And therefore, we support. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much. I recognize Al-Jamaa.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, the Al-Jamaa, we support this bill. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. The ACDP.
Speaker, the ACDP supports the Marine Oil Pollution Bills for a number of reasons, but the most important reason is it will serve in the best interests of all the people of the Western Cape to protect our coastlines. I thank you.
Thank you very much. I recognize Good.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, South Africa is a maritime nation with roughly 3,000 kilometers of coastline, and our oceans are not just vast bodies of water, they are vital lifelines. They feed our communities, power our tourism industry, sustain biodiversity, and connect us to global trade. But for too long, our seas have suffered from oil spills, sewage discharge, and unregulated pollution from ships. That's why the passing of the Marine Pollution Amendment Act and the Marine Oil Pollution Bill marks a pivotal shift. These laws bring our maritime regulations in line with international standards under the MARPOL and OPRC conventions. They impose strict rules on ship emissions, sewage disposal, and oil spill preparedness. Importantly, they increase penalties, which should hopefully make polluters think twice before treating our oceans as dumping grounds. Now let's just bring this home to the Western Cape, a province with over 1,000 kilometers of coastline and some of the most ecologically and economically significant marine spaces in the country. Here, these laws can make a real difference. They'll help protect marine protected areas like Betty's Bay, where the endangered African penguins nest, and Roberg's Peninsula, where valuable rock paintings were found in the Nelson Bay Cave. They will support the long-term health of fishing communities in places like Saldanha Bay and Gans Bay, and they'll boost confidence in our tourism economy from the whale watchers at Hermanus to the surfers in Muizenberg. But implementation is key. Provincial departments and municipalities will now be required to develop local marine pollution response plans. Cities like Cape Town can no longer just dump sewage into our ocean without a care in the world. These new pieces of legislation create a space for accountability, but also demand readiness from government. We cannot afford to be caught off guard by the next oil spill or shipping incident. We've already seen how damaging such events can be. In January, there was a mystery spill between Hout Bay and Kommetjie that left 19 penguins coated in oil. So this moment is not just about laws on paper, it's about real accountability, real action, and a real opportunity for the Western Cape to lead as a model of clean, responsible coastal stewardship. We support the bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Heron. I recognize the DA.
Thank you, Speaker. The Democratic Alliance welcomes the Marine Oil Pollution Bill, which is a decisive step towards protecting our marine ecosystems, strengthening state readiness, and holding polluters to account. South Africa's coastline is one of our greatest natural and economic assets. From the whales of Walker Bay to the penguin colonies on the west coast, our marine environment supports thousands of livelihoods through ecotourism, small-scale fishing, and recreational activities. Entire economies and diverse biospheres are dependent on the proper stewardship of our marine resources. By supporting healthy oceans, we empower jobs, coastal communities, and all the species that call it home. Yet this environment remains vulnerable. A single oil spill can undo decades of conservation work, choke marine life, and leave local businesses reeling. The consequences extend far beyond the immediate damage. They impact food security, biodiversity, and our global image as a responsible maritime nation. That's why the DA supports the strong accountability measures in this bill. The principle is clear: if you pollute, you pay. With penalties of up to 35 million rand backed by cost recovery tools and a strengthened role for SAMSA, we are moving in the right direction. The bill also shows progress in building a capable and responsive state. It establishes a clear national contingency plan, mandates trained incident commanders, and promotes coordination across all spheres of government. Importantly, it ensures preparedness extends to the rescue and rehabilitation of oiled wildlife for vital inclusion. We welcome the cooperation provisions with neighbouring states, the ring fencing of a pollution response fund, and the commitment to transparency through regular public reporting. We'd like to thank the National Department for considering and accepting the recommendations of our standing committee. Honourable Speaker, South Africa's oceans are not a dumping ground. They're a source for life, beauty, and sustainable growth. And we have a duty to protect them all for future generations. To this end, the Democratic Alliance, in chorus with all members of the House, supports this bill.
Thank you very much, Honourable Bryant. Honourable members, I have to announce that there are currently 34 honourable members present and entitled to vote, and the House is therefore quorate. The question put before the House is that the Standing Committee on Local Government, Environmental Affairs and Development Planning on the Marine Oil Pollution Preparedness, Response and Cooperation Bill, conferring authority on the Western Cape delegation in the NCOP to support this bill, be ratified and adopted. Are there any objections? No objections. Agreed to. The report of the Standing Committee on Local Government, Environmental Affairs and Development Planning on the Marine Oil Pollution Preparedness, Response and Cooperation Bill has therefore been adopted. Honourable members, that brings us to interpolations in terms of Rule 197, and we will now proceed as printed on the question paper. I recognise the Honourable Minister, Minister Wenger.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The case raised by the Honourable Member concerns a pregnant woman who had a miscarriage at the Delft Community Health Centre on the 13th of February this year. Should a baby be born before 26 weeks, families are offered the choice to either cremate the remains at their own expense or for the facility to manage the remains in the same way that it does other biological material. A catch-all and technical term for this is medical waste. The family in this instance, after counselling, chose to have the facility manage the remains. An internal review and investigation was conducted and found that the clinical steps were lawful and that the family was fully informed. It, however, highlighted that the use of the technical phrase medical waste in such circumstances is inappropriate and can add to a family's pain. The review noted that more compassionate language should be used to explain the process that is followed. As a result of this review, the department is in the process of developing guidelines for staff to standardize the approach and ensure sensitivity when handling matters relating to stillborns. In respect of the case in Eerste River, also raised by the Honourable Member, on Monday, the 12th of May 2025, a mother arrived at Eerste River Hospital with her 5-year-old child. He had reportedly been vomiting and had diarrhea, lacked an appetite and a fever that made him listless. The triage nurse met them, took his vital signs, and at 12:22 recorded them as within range. He was triaged and placed in the yellow category, meaning he could safely wait while more urgent cases were seen. He was still able to walk, which gave reassuring evidence that he was not in immediate danger. At 4:10, a medical officer examined the child in full. The doctor found signs of acute gastroenteritis, but no indications of dehydration. Because the child was drinking, alert, and it did not look acidotic, a blood gas test was not necessary. The child and his mother were then settled into the overnight area so staff could watch how he tolerated fluids and whether further vomiting or diarrhea occurred. Shortly after 8 that evening, the doctor reviewed him again. The child had kept down liquids and had not vomited or passed another loose stool. His temperature was lower and he appeared comfortable. Confident that he was recovering, the doctor began writing a discharge letter that would allow the family to sleep at home. Without warning, the boy's condition changed. He grew pale and unresponsive. Staff rushed to his side, called an emergency, and began resuscitation. Despite their immediate efforts, they could not restore his heartbeat. A blood gas sample was taken during the resuscitation, which revealed a sudden shift in his body chemistry, showing dangerously high potassium and low sodium. At 21:40, the doctor reported that the child had sadly died. At the request of the mother, a post-mortem examination was arranged, and this report is still pending. Once the findings are available, the department will meet with the family to take them through the results and explain what could account for such an unexpected and very tragic loss. The loss of any child is a profound tragedy and absolutely heartbreaking. My heartfelt condolences go out to the families affected in both of these instances. No parent should ever have to endure this kind of loss. As a department, we take these incidences extremely seriously. We are committed to understanding exactly what happened, to support the families as far as possible, and most importantly, to learn from these tragedies so that we can strengthen our systems, prevent future harm, and uphold the dignity and safety of every child in our care.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. I recognise Honourable Jacobs.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to all. I greet you all in the name of the King of Kings and Lord of Lords. Speaker, on the 12th of May 2025, a young boy, 5 years old, passed away at the East River Hospital. He came in at about 9 o'clock. He had a severe headache and discomfort, but unfortunately, he was not attended to. And at around 8:30, while still waiting to be attended to, the small boy could not deal with the pain anymore. Speaker, this boy at the age of 5 years old had a seizure and a subsequent heart attack, and he passed away in the very same hospital where he was hoping to be treated. Now, as shocking as this may sound, one would hope to say that this is an isolated incident. Unfortunately, this is not the case. Speaker, at the Strand Clinic, the doctor on call has on numerous occasions turned the patients away saying they're not sick. Shocking to say at least, the health clinic has just recently disposed twin babies being disposed as medical waste when born premature, and then the mother was sent home. Speaker, Heideveld Clinic has also been brought under, to my attention. Bad things are happening there. Very, very bad things are happening at many of our health facilities, and this administration is turning a blind eye. Just recently, we had an oversight visit to Grabouw, where we were informed of the lack of services, including the lack of human resources. In fact, majority of our facilities lack human resources. Speaker, hy is nog niks 3 maande gelede toe alert ek die MEC, ek inform die standing committee through the chair, ek email the health administration, and I made them aware of fraud and corruption happening at Red Cross Hospital, Mitchells Plain Hospital. Speaker, our people are dying there, not just of negligence, but language barriers, foreign national doctors. Then you get just black securities acting as if they are the doctors, making decisions on who will see the doctor and who won't. Speaker, the MEC must tell us today, what is her plans to get us out of this health chaos? I thank you.
Thank you very much. I recognise the Honourable Boyson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, please allow me to convey my well wishes to the leadership of the Laingsburg municipality. Mr. Speaker, when tragic incidents of this nature occurs, from time to time, it will trigger emotional questions, and at times it will make serious allegations. It is within our human nature to ask who was supposed to do what and why did it happen.
and that is understandably so. But Mr. Speaker, what we must understand is that it is in our DNA as human beings to have the ability to show empathy and to show sympathy. And in this instance, we as the Standing Committee of Wealth and Wellness, we would like to do the same to the parents involved, the family, the friends, and also, Mr. Speaker and members, no person in their right minds will create conditions where people will willy-nilly die, especially at health institutions. Mr. Speaker, it's our duty as leaders and politicians to create an environment, especially in health, where people's life will be improved and where we would strive to make use of opportunities and to grab opportunities when there are room for improvement, especially out of the lessons learned, as in this case, hence the triage system. The member who have brought this to our attention, Mr. Speaker, we serve together on the Standing Committee of Wealth and Wellness, and I know that his heart and his mind are at the right places. And together we will continue to work together and ensure that we, as a standing committee, will try and punch above our weight to help the ministry as well as the department to ensure that we work and punch above our weight. As a chairperson of the Standing Committee for Wealth and Wellness,
Honorable Boyson, your time has expired.
our condolences to the families involved. Thank you.
Thank you. I recognize the Honorable Windvogel.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Speaker, the tragic death of Lynn Duncan is not an isolated case. After being cleared for transfer to a general ward at George Hospital in April 2022, her condition worsened, allegedly due to poor nursing care. Her family laid a formal complaint of gross negligence following her death 5 days later. The department is yet to indicate the outcomes of the inquiry. In another case, the Western Cape High Court ruled in favor of a mother who suffered traumatic childbirth injuries in 2010 due to mishandled medical procedures, leaving a child with permanent neurological damage. These are not mere statistics. They are real people failed by a healthcare system collapsing under the DA leadership. These cases expose the consequences of a mismanaged and under-resourced Department of Health. Negligence in this system is not incidental. It stems from leadership failures, overburdened and unsupported health workers, and a government more focused on budget cuts and on hiring and retaining vital medical staff. Honorable Speaker, how can the people of this province trust a healthcare system where every hospital visit carries the risk of tragedy? The cost of negligence is not only financial, it is paid for in funerals, trauma, and the public trust. Working class families bear the brunt of this collapse, while the DA continues to present the public health system as a success story. The ANC demand accountability, transparency, and urgent action. The MEC must explain what concrete steps are being taken to prevent further negligence and ensure hospitals are safe, adequately staffed, and properly.
Honorable Windvogel, your time is expired.
Life must come before image. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. I recognize the Honorable Jacobs.
Thank you, Speaker. Part 2. Speaker, as the NCC, we note a response from the MEC here. But Speaker, medical service is not a corner cafe. Mistakes cannot be corrected. There is no after-sale services if a child passes away due to bad services. There is no refunds on a life. Speaker, for too long we have seen and heard these complaints practically on a daily basis. Today we ask the MEC, the life of a colored child on the Cape Flats is already worth nothing when gang and violence takes away brothers, fathers, husbands on a daily basis. The violence and crime continues daily and it seems it cannot be controlled. But Speaker, here we have a situation that we can control. The staff at the hospitals and clinics need to be addressed. Speaker, we cannot have staff nurses in hospitals in the West Coast who cannot speak Afrikaans, let alone English. But 90% of the patients is colored farm workers and fishermen. These are the conditions we can control. The NCC demands that the MEC address this. Service delivery must be addressed. Staff issues must be addressed. Management must do better. We owe this to our people in the Western Cape, and we must deliver better services. I thank you.
Thank you very much. I recognize the Honourable Minister, Minister Wenger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The loss of a child is a tragedy, and it leaves a lasting impact not only on the families, but on all of us as a society. These events are a stark reminder of our duty to constantly strengthen our systems of care, to support grieving families with compassion, and to never stop striving for the best possible healthcare of every child, and indeed for every one of the 11 million patient contacts per year. In circumstances such as these under discussion today, the Western Cape Department of Health and Wellness activates an internal patient safety review. The review is not a procedural formality, but a deliberate, compassionate process. The department engages, reviews the facts, listens to those affected, and asks what must change so that every family who uses our facilities is met with safe and respectful care. Each review is monitored through our provincial clinical governance structure until it is concluded, and the insights gained directly inform staffing, training, and policy. While we cannot undo the pain of a family's loss, we can honor their experience by learning from it and by working continuously to strengthen the system to support the next patient, parent, or loved one that makes use of our services. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Honourable members, that concludes Interpolation 1. We move on to Interpolation 2 as printed on the question paper, and I recognise the Honourable Minister, Minister Simmers.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker, and through you, thank you to the member for the question. Honourable Speaker, no formal commission of inquiry into communique was established. I need to repeat, no formal commission of inquiry into communique was established. During July 2019, the then Deputy Minister of the National Department of Social Development set up an interdepartmental technical task team to investigate the affairs and origin of communique. The task team included the Social Housing Regulatory Authority, or SHRA, as well as the National Department of Human Settlements, the City of Cape Town, the Provincial Department of Human Settlements, and the Provincial Rental Housing Tribunal were consulted as part of this process. The Companies and Intellectual Property Commission, CIPC, also participated in this investigative process. The SHRA reported that the overall management of the dromedaries and Bottasig social housing projects by communique is satisfactory. These two projects fall within the ambit of the Social Housing Act and regulations. The balance of the communique's rental portfolio falls outside the mandate of SHRA, as these are deemed to be private rental units and do not fall under the ambit of the Social Housing Act and regulations. In terms of compliance, communique meets SHRA's regulatory requirements, cooperates fully with SHRA's audits, and is currently in good standing with the authority. Furthermore, communique holds a fully accredited and certification issued by SHRA, which is subject to review every 5 years. Between 2018 and 2020, the Rental Housing Tribunal received 775 cases from communique pertaining to tenants residing at various areas owned by them, among others Ruitenwag, Thornton, Brooklyn, Bottasig Gardens, Rondebosch, Plumstead, and others, mainly alleging an exorbitant increase in rental by communique. These matters, Honourable Speaker, were actually finalised by the Tribunal in 2021. It found that a facilitation process, which means that they did not need to proceed with a number of the cases. A number of these matters were mediated through our new intervention in terms of mediation, which saw a vast number of these matters being settled by the parties in terms of agreements, and the remainder went over to hearings. Rulings have been issued which are binding. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. I recognise the Honourable Side. Do you need the podium?
Honourable Speaker.
Honourable Side, you may continue.
Can I start? Honourable Speaker, over 600 complaints have been lodged against Communique, despite the rosy picture that the MEC and leader of the Democratic Alliance in the province portrays. Many of those complaints coming from the elderly, unemployed, and vulnerable residents. And let me also say, Communique is not for us as the ANC a political football. It's not. Because even in the previous term of government and now, we receive pressure even from people who are ANC aligned and who are connected to leaders in the ANC, not to ask the questions that we're asking in this house. And my message here is not only to the MEC, but to those people who are listening. You can message me, you can WhatsApp and say, stop raising the issues. You are undermining your own comrades. I will continue raising the Communique issue on behalf of the ANC. We're not afraid of you. Now, what we need to point out is that in response to the complaints, MEC Simmers publicly stated that the department will establish, prior to this, a commission of inquiry on issues raised against Communique. Notwithstanding the MEC's response, 5 years later, we ask, where is the commission of inquiry? If the MEC has not yet set up, as he has indicated, the commission of inquiry, was a legal opinion ever sought to justify the inaction? Or was this yet another accident where the DA made an empty promise? MEC Simmers is the custodian of oversight over social housing entities in the province. He has a duty to demand accountability from organizations like Communique. Why has he not? Instead, they fall back on the issue of it being private. Why has he not insisted on the asset register of social housing stock handed over post-1994? What is being done to protect the constitutional rights of those who have faced eviction, displacement, and trauma, including the late Linda Prince, evicted before her death from a property Communique may not legally own? Why does MEC Simmers remain silent whilst over 450 eviction matters relating to Communique proceed in the Cape High Court? And why has there been no support for the victims or public alignment with the National Minister's forensic investigation? I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Side. I recognize the Honourable Vessels.
Thank you, Speaker. Am I audible?
You are indeed. You may continue.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Member Side's question to Minister Simmers is an important one, Speaker, as it speaks to the need for public accountability and oversight of housing institutions such as Communique. However, as the Minister rightly outlined, no formal commission of inquiry into Communique was ever established, and this was with good reason. As Minister Simmers noted, in July 2019, an extensive interdepartmental task team was convened and the Deputy Minister of Social Development to investigate concerns regarding Communique. This task team brought together institutions including SHRA, the Department of Human Settlements, the City of Cape Town, the Western Cape Department of Human Settlements, the Rental Housing Tribunal, and even companies and intellectual property and the Intellectual Property Commission, CPIC. This collaborative effort was not only comprehensive, but also served the interest of the residents of the province who rely on fair access to social housing opportunities. Therefore, Speaker, establishing a formal commission of inquiry would have been both redundant and potentially duplicative. The fact that the multi-stakeholder investigation was already undertaken demonstrates clearly that concerns around Communique were not ignored, but were addressed through the appropriate legally mandated institutional mechanisms. Now, Speaker, gegee dat Communique verlede week 'n voorlegging by die staande komitee gelewer het, waar die daadwerklike beïnvloed van hierdie program bespreek is. Hoe beïmpak die misleidende narratief deur oppositiepartye wat volhou dat geen vordering gemaak word om behuising in die provinsie te lewer het? die werk van hierdie departement. Dankie baie.
Baie dankie, agbare Wessels. I recognize the Honourable Jacobs.
Thank you,
Honourable
Speaker.
Jacobs.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, as the NCC, we have approached communique in an effort to understand the process of them running their business. They were given land and properties to manage on behalf of government for social housing for the poor. But Speaker, we now see they manage only close to 22% of social housing. The rest of the properties are sold to investors. This has seen evictions of residents in Ruitenwag, Brooklyn, Bishop Lavis, to name a few. But Speaker, we were told that their board is chosen and not elected. They don't have shareholders to report to. Removals and appointments are made by the CEO and a team. The national minister has asked them to stop with evictions until the issue is sorted out. Their response was, it is within our business plan to evict. We won't stop. Speaker, the NCC in his previous sitting asked the MEC regarding this, and he was very vague in his response. As the NCC, we support this question to the MEC, and we are serious to understand, was there ever a commission of inquiries established? The question is must now know. How many more of our colored families must be put on the street in this cold by this capitalist organization? MEC, there's allegations that this organization is linked to the underground, and the underground are linked to social housing. Speaker, with all these links, I just hope it don't link to the MEC, and I just hope that we don't need to worry about something more deeper here. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Jacobs. I recognize the Honourable Syed.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker, and let me also thank the Honourable Jacobs for his input and for his questions on the matter. I think they're really helpful and they drive us into the correct direction in as far as getting to the bottom of the communique matter is concerned. The challenges with communique are also part of a much broader social housing crisis in the Western Cape, a crisis that has been ignored systematically, and we'll explain what we mean. The province was allocated 1.6 billion under the Human Settlements Development Grant and 382 million through the Informal Settlements Upgrading Partnership Grant in the 2024-25 financial year. And by August 2024, it had spent only 33% of the HSDG and a shameful 11% of the ISUPG. Worse still, 125 million was forfeited to the National Fiscus due to the province's failure to submit a simple rollover request. We are all well aware that cities are expanding as rural to urban migration continues. And this is placing immense pressure on local governments. We just had a discussion on local government now to deliver affordable housing. Yet in this province, the government has been neglecting its duty to provide housing to an extent of underspending budget allocations, while then not wanting to also use and ensure that communique plays the role it should be playing. We would like to know, why has this MEC's department failed to fully utilize these critical funds amid such dire need for social housing? We know there is land available. Why has the province not prioritized the release of well-located public land like Tafelberg site in Sea Point for housing? These are critical questions that must be addressed, as housing is a crisis right now. The extent to which this province neglects the poor and working class is concerning, because it is systematic. In public spaces, it screams and shouts, "We stand for the poor," whilst in practice, the Patriotic Alliance government neglects their needs. We want to tell you, we see through the shame. Enough is enough. We demand social housing. We demand an inquiry into communique. And lastly, we demand that this province spends the allocated grants. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Syed. I recognize the Honourable Minister, Minister Simmers.
Honourable Speaker, thank you very much. And listening to the Honourable Member from the NCC and the Leader of the Opposition, I think the latter part, the honourable member of the opposition, is confusing what social housing is, and I've explained this 2 weeks ago. The difference between social housing, affordable housing, and fully state-funded grant housing. I explained the way the grant is disbursed. I explained the role of the provincial department in terms of all of these grants. Now, in terms of social housing, Honourable Speaker, that is grant funding that works via SHRA through to an accredited SHI. And I need to repeat, Communique as it stands, they are a fully accredited SHI. Every 5 years it's been reviewed and nothing has been found wrong. If the honourable members feel so aggrieved, they must write to SHRA, who's the authority that oversees them, that does the accreditation. Province concurs or not with the National Department of Human Settlements when PHDAs are confirmed, which determines where social housing can be built, where affordable housing can be built, and so forth and so forth. In terms of social housing, we support applications when it's within the PHDA areas, when municipalities apply for them, and we assist them and through SHRA so that social housing can become a reality. Through that intervention, we have now seen social housing being a reality in Drakenstein. It's going to become a reality in Mossel Bay. George is in the process of application. So we have done our part. But to come back to the main question in terms of Communique, Honourable Speaker, I need to reiterate, Communique is accredited by SHRA. I'm not deflecting responsibility. The law says who is responsible for oversight over a Communique, not me. I have a very limited role. I also had to meet with these individuals who were on the brink of being evicted. But Honourable Speaker, and I really do sympathize with these individuals. But let's look at the history of why some of these people stopped paying their rent. And it goes way beyond the Communique question here. Many of us can recall in 2018, Steen Villas. The Honourable Jacobs, whose party is now called the NCC, but was then the Triple C, encouraged the people of Steen Villa in retreat not to pay their monthly rental. And when SOCO took them to court, they tried to prevent it in February 2018. It went on for months and months. They nearly bankrupted SOCO. They tried similar attempts with a Communique. Communique approached the court to protect all of their social housing units. But you need to understand, the fact that they needed to approach the court against what public opinion was driving nearly bankrupted one part of the sector. And why am I saying this, Honourable Speaker, through you? Don't mix up grants and use terminologies you do not understand, Honourable Leader of the Opposition, through you, Speaker. We spend our grants. We play our guidance advice. I did commit into this House to address the issue of the backlog of cases, to see how these cases can be resolved, because Communique were nearly 80% of all rental housing tribunal cases. And by the end of my previous term, we had reduced the backlog to only 5% of their cases. We introduced mediation. We introduced facilitation in the Western Cape process. Our RHT process is a hallmark of what excellence can be. But again, the bulk of these matters, when you ask these people who rented from Communique, they were told by politicians not to pay the rent, but they signed rental agreements. I cannot take accountability for individuals' actions. I do sympathize with him, but the law must take its course. And Communique, as a registered
Honourable Minister, your time has expired. Please conclude.
Is abiding by the law. And if you have issues with him, Honourable Member of the Opposition and the Member of the NCC, the review of 5 years is coming up, and you can play your part. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Honourable members, that brings us to the end of interpellations. Order members, we will now deal with questions as printed on the question paper in terms of Rule 202. I wish to advise honourable members that once the Honourable Premier or the Honourable Minister has started the reply to the oral question as printed on the question paper, honourable members must use the chat facility for the members on the hybrid system, or by show of hand in the chamber if you have any follow-up questions. Honourable members, there are 4 opportunities for follow-up questions, but the honourable member who poses the initial question, who posed the initial question, will be provided an opportunity to ask the first follow-up question, and thereafter other honourable members may then use the remaining opportunities to ask a follow-up question if they so wish. Honourable members, the first question, I recognise the Honourable Premier.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and thank you very much to the Honourable Barnes for the question. I think it is deeply important and really relevant considering the last few days here in the Western Cape, but also given the tragic events near Mthatha in the Eastern Cape in recent weeks. Those horrific floods, which have now killed more than 100 people and displaced more than 2,000 people, this really underscores South Africa's vulnerability to extreme weather events, which are growing ever more common as a result of climate change, and the need for us to prepare and plan for the worst well ahead of time. I would like to ask each and every member of this House to join me in mourning the loss of those who have died and keeping their families in our thoughts. Speaker, in the Western Cape, our teams are no strangers to extreme weather events and are such well practiced at preparing for the trials of both our summer and winter seasons. Much of the work we have undertaken to prepare for and respond to extreme weather conditions is located within the Department of Local Government, Environmental Affairs and Development Planning, the Department of Infrastructure, and the Department of Agriculture, Economic Opportunities and Tourism. As such, I have received information from all three of these departments for the purpose of this reply. Planning is crucial to ensure a rapid, effective, and coordinated response to any major emergency or incident that occurs. The Department of Local Government, through our world-class Western Cape Provincial Disaster Management Centre, that coordinates the planning efforts between provincial departments and municipalities in the Western Cape. For the current winter season, the Disaster Management Centre commenced planning in February 2025, requesting that local municipalities ensure the necessary planning was carried out and plans were duly submitted to the WCDMC. These were in turn collated and forwarded to the National Disaster Management Centre. To capacitate our municipalities, a disaster management learning program has been developed and is being rolled out to equip municipal officials and in various aspects of disaster management. The program consists of 16 short courses, of which 5 have already taken place. These courses are designed to provide officials with practical guidance on implementing disaster management in their municipalities. For example, in April, a short course was provided to 50 officials on early warnings to teach how to establish early warning mechanisms and in their municipalities. In June 2025, a course on awareness and training will be facilitated to teach municipal officials how to develop and implement awareness and training programs in their communities. And these kind of systems are which gives us the ability, as in the major floods that we saw last year, where disaster management would go out and tell people you need to move away from your home right now because you're in the floodplain and tomorrow the floods are coming. The Disaster Management Centre has established a preparedness, response and recovery plan, which outlines generic responses to incidents and emergencies, including flood response, while primary responsibility of riverine floods and dam management lies with the National Department of Water Affairs and Forestry. Responsibility for urban flood preparedness and response falls under the jurisdiction of local municipalities. Therefore, the City of Cape Town and other municipalities have implemented flood contingency plans as part of their winter readiness planning or within their disaster management strategies. Prevention remains better than cure, and in addition to responding to disasters, our Disaster Management Centre is committed to working with every one of our municipalities to get the necessary measures in place before floods occur and not after. The municipal mitigation and preparedness activities at municipal level include the following: provision of sand. Of course, this is for sandbags, clearing of rivers, bridges, drains, ponds, canals, and culverts. And of course, we've seen over the last few months, we've seen those programs happening. And this is where not only local government is playing a role in their disaster management teams. This is where we've got to call on civil society, on people to also play their part. We've seen these drains being cleared out with engine blocks and sheepskins and you name the rubbish that gets thrown down the drains. That does not help us because that blocks up the drains and, of course, creates further flooding risk when we do have these rains. Advising informal settlement residents to dig trenches around dwellings to divert rainwater, rehabilitation of access roads to vulnerable informal settlements, health and hygiene promotion around stagnant rainwater, ensuring that an acceptable level of cleanliness is maintained to prevent drain blockages, which I've also just referred to, elevation of toilet facilities within low-lying informal settlement areas is identified for placement on higher ground, trimming of trees to prevent damage from strong winds and to avoid severe disruptions, awareness raising of low-lying informal settlements of flood risk, flood-wise public education and awareness, opening of estuaries in flood-prone coastal areas so that you're actually preventing flooding when it does occur, and municipal services are always on standby to be activated in the event of serious incidents associated with these adverse weather conditions. In addition to the disaster management's work with municipalities, the provincial government adopts several other methods to strengthen our preparedness for extreme weather. Firstly, the early warning system provided by the South African Weather Service ensures flood awareness and targeted information dissemination based on severe weather warnings. And of course, you see that being pushed out through social media platforms and each municipality identifying those risks and sending it out to the citizens in their specific municipalities. There's a standard operating procedure which has been developed to guide the distribution of impact-based severe weather warning received from the Weather Service. These warnings are distributed to municipalities and departments to alert them of impending severe weather conditions. Also, it's flood awareness material. These have been developed to educate communities about what to do before, during, and after a flood. These materials are provided to municipalities to support them with their awareness initiatives. Then we have also partnered with and supported and funded NGOs and volunteer organizations such as the National Sea Rescue Institute, the Search and Rescue of South Africa, the Life Saving of South Africa. These type of organizations offer a vital service, especially when we have these kinds of disasters. The Department of Local Government, through the Disaster Management Center, also mobilizes provincial resources and infrastructure in support of municipal efforts and facilitates coordination between municipalities, sectors, and national agencies. The Western Cape Disaster Management Center remains in a state of readiness to minimize the impact of winter rains and enhance the safety and preparedness of communities. In addition to these efforts, the Western Cape government also works to ensure that roads and other infrastructure that connects our communities remains in place and are resilient against extreme weather events. Road infrastructure conditions inspections are conducted annually, which helps us to inform inform the routine and preventative maintenance that is required, including that of bridge structures. Whilst flood damage repairs from previous years are still ongoing, and of course, we remember the last major floods we had in here, more than 153 roads were blocked, and there are still roads that are being rebuilt, have some stop and goes. And one of those we've had a discussion on in this house a number of times, the R303 road to Citrusdal, which has suffered heavy damage in seasons past. Of course, right now it's being monitored, and you will have noticed my colleague, Minister Simmers, how they've used other technologies in really designing new types of bridges so that we can actually manage these floods during this time. I think you've also seen it in those roads that have been built, Minister, in the last few years. They really do now, because of new design, withstand these floods that we have. The department is also responding to the needs of vulnerable communities and informal settlements using the 325,722,000 Rand in the 25-26 Informal Settlements Upgrade Partnership Grant, with a total of 52 projects now underway. A total of 15 projects delivering 1,626 service sites accommodated in the business plan are currently in the implementation phase, and remaining projects are in the planning or packaging stages for delivery over the medium-term development plan period. Furthermore, the department has also embarked on a proactive emergency response by providing emergency kits on a multi-year basis to municipalities within the Western Cape. These kits enhance the preparedness and response capabilities of municipalities in the event of emergency incidents across the province, such as floods, fires, farm evictions, and even reblocking or super blocking relocations. But last but by no means least, we must also ensure that the adverse conditions of extreme weather events do not negatively impact on our food chain and our rural communities who form the backbone of our agricultural sector. Through its program, Sustainable Resource Use and Management, the Western Cape Department of Agriculture is responsible for the following initiatives to mitigate flood risk in agricultural areas. They distribute early warnings to the wider agricultural community and role players. They identify risk areas in riparian zones and implement ecological infrastructure interventions. They provide technical support during and after flood events to assess the damage and limit further losses, while the previous interventions are implemented pre-disaster. This is a post-disaster recovery intervention. All plans and procedures are in place to immediately respond in the event of a flood or any other agricultural disaster. There's also the alien clearing and dead biomass removal in rivers. Infestation of alien vegetation in rivers disturb the river's natural functioning and exacerbate flood damage. The removal of this vegetation reinstates the natural flow of these rivers. And I think the number now at in the entrance to Citrusdal is 18 million rand that has been spent on opening up the flow of that specific river. The effects of climate change will and our vulnerable position within the changing global ecosystem means that extreme weather events are becoming more and more prevalent. And this is where I must refer specifically to the last few days of really a lot of rain that has just fallen here in the province. I want to use this opportunity to thank the disaster management teams, not only our provincial team, but the teams in our municipalities. I think the hardest hit municipality has been the city of Cape Town, and specifically across the Cape Flats. Almost every single suburb across the Cape Flats has been affected. And I want to thank those teams that were out through the night last night, but also through the day yesterday in mitigating these risks wherever they lay. But it's also in Drakenstein. Our officials were out yesterday mitigating risk. The traffic officials, the sandbags that are put out. The same thing happened yesterday in the Saldanha Bay municipality, and then today again further up into the Winelands and over towards the Overberg. We want to thank them, but I also want to say to the citizens and the NGOs who've stepped up when this happens, thank you very much for what you do. It is really a joined up operation between government and civil society, and how we get this done together. It is very, very difficult. And so lastly, our hearts also go out and our thoughts to everyone who's been negatively affected by the floods. I really am indebted to the emergency services, and again, that we've got to be proactive and make sure the first thing that stands up, that we do not have loss of life when we have these disasters hitting us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Premier. I recognise the Honourable Barnes. Honourable Barnes, do you have a follow-up question? And for the last time, Honourable Barnes, do you have any follow-up questions? I will then move on. Honourable van Minne.
Thank you, Speaker. I just want to ask the Premier, to what extent can we rely on national government to give any assistance in the event that we would need it from them in terms of disaster risk management? Thank you.
Honourable Premier.
I I think mostly the national government response that we have is when we have to pay for the costs. And as we know, it always is quite long delayed and we never get what comes our way, but generally that's the first response. I think the other side of response, which is immediate response, and what does stand out for me is normally in fire season, but also happens in flood season, is the Air Force capability, the helicopters on standby. And we know we've had a discussion in this house. So that is something that really has to be tackled. We can't have 1 out of 74 or whatever helicopters that are supposed to be there to aid us in this time. Only 1 available or airborne, which is generally the president's helicopter. We've got to actually get better at responding. But I do want to say that where there is failure, we've got to fix it, number 1. But I do want to also then say, sometimes our other fellow provinces are not able to also respond, and we are very quick to offer that response. I opened up saying our condolences to those people that have lost their lives in the Eastern Cape. I do know within hours of that flood, we offered help to the Eastern Cape. I spoke to Premier Oscar Mabuyane and said we're able to help. I know that in previous floods in KZN, I mean, our teams have been there. So I'm really proud of our teams. I know that we do have gaps in place, but we will continue in this province to invest in our capabilities, to make sure that we are ahead of the game, that are we doing what I've just spent the last few minutes talking about, is making sure that we're able to be resilient. There were floods in the city yesterday, and we received, if I look at the volume of rain received, we think the canals are big enough. Well, they're not big enough anymore. They might have been big enough when they were designed, but now they've got to be designed twice the size. And our problem is the new stuff gets built. I've just spoken about what our infrastructure team builds on, but that's got to become a national campaign that we actually make sure that across South Africa, we're able to deal with both sides of climate change effect. Floods on the one side, and of course, the droughts and the fires on the other side.
Thank you very much. I recognize Honourable Bryant.
Thank you, Speaker. Premier, it's fantastic to hear the steps being taken by some of our municipalities across the province, in particular the amazing work being done by the City of Cape Town. Premier, do you share my concern around some of the municipalities such as Knysna, where perhaps they don't have the same systems in place, and what can be done from the local government level in terms of province's assistance in those areas? Thank you.
Honourable members, Honourable Premier, just before you continue, I just want to remind you, you have an opportunity to ask 1 follow-up question. You cannot ask more than 1 follow-up question. Honourable Premier, I'm not going to dictate how you answer that, but it's my duty to inform the members you have an opportunity of 1 in terms of the rules.
Thank you very much. But the gist of that question is our capability at provincial level or at local government level. Our capability at provincial level, and here, I mean, the minister is busy on now the next iteration of modernizing our disaster management center. It was part of our partnership and discussions in the UAE and with Dubai, who've offered us a lot of support on setting up the next iteration. And we were there when we saw how AI enables their disaster management center to evacuate in their problem big high-rise buildings. And you might have just seen in the last, I think it was in the last 7 or 8 days, there was a massive high-rise building fire in Dubai and no loss of life. Really managed. And so they've offered Minister Burdell and the team that technology. And so we're going to look at how can we incorporate that into the next iteration and the modernization of our disaster management center. Then at local government level, which was kind of the gist of the question, and of course that concerns me. And we've just had a debate on on local governments and their ability to offer services to their clients, which are the citizens of those municipalities. And when coalition governments of corruption like in Knysna are not able to even keep the water flowing or the sewerage from running into the lagoon or through the citizens' households in Hornley, or there's no water in Damsabos, or there's no water out in the Renendal communities, of course they can't deal with disasters. They're not able to do it. And it's massively concerning. But that talks about, the ability of good governance. And good governance is about service delivery and then mitigation of risk and investing into capabilities of mitigation of risk. And that's the Disaster Management Center and what I've just spoken about, the training programs, the work that you do in understanding the potential or possible problem of tomorrow, and you're able to respond effectively. And of course, you never know what happens. But if you build that, and I think that's what we've shown over the last few years, that capability is being built. But, when you don't have proper budgeting and you don't have proper leadership and you don't have proper management at local government level, of course, you're never going to be able to respond adequately.
Thank you very much, Honourable Premier. I recognize Honourable Ngenso and then Honourable Van Vogel.
Thank you very much, Premier. We appreciate how you have responded and broadly and even beyond the scope of the question. But the question from a member and Barnes was in a way specific, targeting informal settlement and farm communities. Now, given the continued impact of winter rains, on those living in squatter camps, when do you intend addressing the crisis of squatter camps in the Western Cape, in particular in the metro?
Honourable Premier.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much to the honourable member for the question. He obviously didn't listen to me because the whole section of what I just replied spoke to exactly that. How many projects there were, how many millions are put aside for that project. He needs to listen to the answer that I give because I don't want to just repeat it again.
Thank you very much, Honourable Premier. Order members, Honourable Van Vogel.
Thank you, Speaker. Premier, I assume you are aware of an 8-year-old child who has died and 120 people who have been left displaced. I just wanted to check what are you as a province going to do, because the municipality is absent. You will explain in your answer, there's kits, municipalities have kits to assist these victims, but where there's no, like in Kayamandi, Stellenbosch is where it happens. So your department, how are you going to assist those victims? Thank you.
Presume that my department is actually under Minister Bradell or the very more government. That's much better. Thank you very much. So I think, as I said, that we are available. Our teams are out there 24/7. And I said that yesterday. It was amazing to see the officials across this province out there. And of course, in every single community, in every municipality, whether it's in Stellenbosch or it was in Drakenstein or it was in Saldanha or here in Cape Town, which bore the brunt of it yesterday, they were out there. Anybody who's displaced, that is the kits that are made available. If those kits are not or run out, then of course we will determine how we get more. Then just give us that information, pass that on to the disaster management centers, both at province or directly at that municipality, and they will react to it.
Thank you very, very much, Honourable Premier. Honourable members, that brings us to the end of question number 1. We move on to question number 2, and I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and thank you very much to the honourable member for the question. In 2024, we established the Energy Council that later became the Energy and Water Council after the last election. And that was specifically to focus on making sure that we had energy resilience. And of course, now it's energy and water resilience. At a meeting of the Council held just under a month ago, the 27th of May 2025, Eskom provided their winter outlook, which remains vigilant towards the potential threat of additional breakdowns. And of course, in winter, we know that the risks go up because a lot more energy is drawn. Eskom does appear to have made some positive steps under the Generation Recovery Program in particular. Kuiberg Unit 2 has been successfully synchronized to the grid and is once again generating power. Unit 1 remains offline after an extended outage, but is expected to return to service next month. Secondly, Medupi Unit 4 and Kusuli Unit 5 are also anticipated to return to service, contributing additional capacity. If all of these units are synchronized to the grid successfully and on schedule, Eskom informed the council that an additional 1,800 megawatts of capacity that was not available during the previous year will come online. We will continue to monitor the progress of these units and Eskom's progress in restoring its generation capacity. The Energy and Water Council will next meet in August, and I would welcome the opportunity to provide further updates to this House in that regard at that time. And then two, despite the positive progress being made by Eskom in restoring generating capacity, the Western Cape Energy Resilience Program remains a vital part of the Western Cape government's response to the ongoing threat of load shedding. Initially designed to mitigate the impact of load shedding and reduce reliance on Eskom, the resilience plan has evolved into mitigating and managing energy-related disasters and facilitating improved energy resilience in the Western Cape in line with the priority focus area 3, energy resilience and net zero carbon of the Western Cape's growth for jobs strategy. The energy plan has been delivering on these strategic objectives through projects grouped in the following components. 1, disaster mitigation and management. 2, strategic planning, development and management. 3, demand side management. 4, energy generation, procurement and trading. 5, maintenance and expansion of energy infrastructure. 6, increased investment into the energy sector. 7, improved energy affordability. And 8, net zero emissions in the province. In its existence, the Western Cape Energy Resilience Plan has already ensured the delivery of 91,160 load shedding packs to households throughout the Western Cape. It has provided grants to support municipal-owned energy projects like in Hessequa, the municipal solar and battery plant, and electricity master plans and cost of supply studies, and provided support to municipalities as they procure power for or from independent power producers. It has ensured small-scale embedded generation, rooftop solar PV, and the provision of alternative energy systems to SMMEs at 12 trading hubs in 7 municipalities. It has also ensured the installation of a solar PV at 17 Western Cape buildings, and energy resilience program across 142 health and education facilities. While these gains have taken place rapidly, the plan has longer-term goals, including the ambitious target in increasing low-carbon energy by 1,800 megawatts to 5,700 megawatts in the Western Cape by 2035. This goal is currently well ahead of schedule, and an estimated 535 megawatts of rooftop solar PV was installed by the end of 2024. Eskom estimates that an additional 175 megawatts of rooftop solar PV has been installed just in 2025 to date. An estimated 112 megawatts of power is currently being wheeled by the private sector to various known private sector off-takers in the Western Cape, with which will further provide sector wheeling anticipated by 2030. Additionally, approximately 380 megawatts of power from the independent power producers is currently under procurement by various Western Cape municipalities. In the 2024-25 financial year, 1,000 megawatts of non-Eskom energy was tapped into the grid, the bulk of which was through small-scale embedded generation and private wheeling projects. We expect to achieve a further 1,000 megawatts of energy over the current financial year, made up by predominantly municipal generation and private sector business-to-business electricity wheeling. While the threat of load shedding cannot be discounted, I want to assure residents that we are working as hard as we always have to ensure the resilience and consistency of the Western Cape's energy supply.
Thank you very much, Honourable Premier. I recognise Honourable van Minnen.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Given that historically Eskom doesn't seem to be able to even build an afdakkie for their coal supplies, are there plans with the Provincial Energy Resilience Plan to be able to scale up in cases of added strain like we currently have with this inclement weather? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable van Minnen. Honourable Premier.
Thank you very much. The problem is with the kind of size of energy, it's so big that you can't just quickly scale it up. If we could, we would have done that already. But I do think that if you look at the plans of the municipalities that are out on tender at the moment, there are many more municipalities who are going to have more megawatts quicker than they thought. For example, in the Darling region, there is a plant that was initiated at 100 megawatts, but it looks like they're going to be at 300 megawatts. So there's probably going to be 200 megawatts that can be made available. I also think that as we're starting to change the wheeling agreements, for example, the current wind farms, they have excess capacity that is not taken up in Eskom's normal plan. So that's why sometimes you will see, even though the wind is blowing, you will see them standing still because they've fed in the amount of power that they're allocated to feed in. And that is probably an area of very quick win that we can actually have at the drop of a hat an excess, whether it's wind or solar, they're both on the same space. And unfortunately in South Africa, we've given agreements through the REAP program to solar, and it's an X amount. And whether they generate above that amount or not, they can only put in X. And that should be the first port of call to mitigate that risk. Obviously, we can do it where we can here in the province and at municipal level if it needs a quick scale up, but it is also the discussion we're having at a national level because just that one change in that pipeline process will free up many, many megawatts in the system. And then secondly, we actually have to now start thinking about the quick wins would be negotiating the current wind contracts. For example, in Caledon, they are getting now within a few years of the end of their contract, and they need clarity. Are they going to be expected to dismantle and close down, or do they get an opportunity to put that power back into the grid? And we need to give it to them sooner rather than later because they will reinvest. Because, of course, those turbines are old technology turbines, which will be 20 years old at the end of their lifespan. And the new technology gives you twice the amount of power for the same amount of wind. So they need to also be given that surety. And I think that could also be a quick ramp up.
Thank you very much, Honourable Premier. Honourable members, are there any further follow-up questions? Doesn't seem like there's any further follow-up questions. That brings us to the end of question number 2 on the question paper. We move on to question number 3. Recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness, Minister Wenger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In respect of Kraaifontein Community Health Centre, this facility is situated in a low-lying catchment that experiences inadequate runoff during intense rainfall. A formal request has been lodged with the City of Cape Town to assess the stormwater network and to determine the upgrades required. While this assessment is underway, the current year's capital works include raising the interior floor level of the waiting area. In addition, the Bellville Provincial Workshop has designated Kraaifontein as a focus site during periods of heavy rain, and we have deployed portable pumps to clear water from the parking areas. In respect of Scottsdene Day Hospital, although no recent flooding incidents have been reported, Scottsdene shares similar topographical constraints to Kraaifontein. A parallel request has been submitted to the City of Cape Town to review the drainage capacity and recommended long-term improvements. Until those recommendations are implemented, the facility will continue to be closely monitored during and after major storms so that portable pumps can be dispatched immediately if ponding occurs. With the adverse weather conditions and cold front over the last 2 days, members of our engineering and maintenance teams have been proactively monitoring these sites during the night, and I'm happy to report that no major flooding occurred last night and all was in order. Our teams remain on the ground and continue to monitor the situation closely. The last report I got, Honourable Speaker, which was at 2 o'clock, just before the bells rang for the session, I was informed that no flooding has been experienced at these facilities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. I recognise the Honourable Stevens.
Thanks, Speaker. I've got no follow-up questions on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any further follow-ups? I recognise Honourable Windvogel.
Thank you so much, Speaker. Thank you, Minister, for the answer. But I want to check with the Minister, because we are aware of the problem now for years. Do you have any timeline of interventions undertaken to date, except the engagement with the municipality, because the infrastructure is a problem itself? Was the assessment done? Yeah, thanks.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister.
Thank you. So the long-term action required does rely with the municipality, and those assessments are underway. But in this year, we are raising the floor level at Kraaifontein, which will help alleviate. And then we've also got the portable water pumps for when there are heavy rains experienced, to make sure that those facilities are not flooding. And those interventions seem to be working, considering the considerable rainfall we've experienced over the last 2 days.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Honourable members, are there any further follow-up questions? Does not seem like there's any further follow-up question. That brings us to the end of question number 3. We move on to question number 4 on the question paper, and I recognize the Honourable Minister of Cultural Affairs and Sport, Minister Mackenzie.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker and Honourable Member, Ms. Stevens. Thank you for the question. The responsibility for repairing and maintaining local sports fields facilities lies with municipalities as stipulated in Schedule 5B of the Constitution in 1996. Accordingly, the City of Cape Town and the Drakensberg municipality bear the primary responsibility for the upkeep and upgrade of facilities within their respective jurisdictions. The Department of Cultural Affairs and Sport has an existing implementation protocol agreement with the City of Cape Town to address matters of mutual interest, including sporting infrastructure. The condition of the Scottville facility will be raised with the City of Cape Town at the next scheduled meeting for further discussion. Similarly to the agreement with the City of Cape Town, the department has a good working relationship with the Drakensberg municipality and will too raise the conditions of the Paarl East Fields, and if application for it to be repaired, something that the department will certainly consider. While DCAS is not directly mandated to maintain sports facilities, the departments remain committed to collaborating with municipalities to ensure these facilities effectively contribute to community development, social cohesion, and crime prevention initiatives. As a key stakeholder in promoting sport across the province, DCAS will continue to engage with municipalities to support their efforts in maintaining and enhancing these vital community resources. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In terms of the rules, Honourable Stevens, do you have any follow-up questions?
No, Speaker.
Thank you very much. I recognize the Honourable Walters.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The Minister touched on it already. My question is, what is the system the Minister uses to engage with municipalities in regards to much needed municipal sport infrastructure in support of provincial sport initiatives? You made reference to an implementation agreement. Perhaps we can expand on exactly what we are looking for as a province, and also how it pertains to rural areas. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable colleague, currently we have an agreement with a protocol agreement with the City of Cape Town as the department, where sport infrastructure is one of the matters that we constantly discuss with our colleagues in the City of Cape Town and working towards how we can help them. Similarly, we have engagements with our rural municipalities as well. I've just recently returned from George, where we worked with the George municipality and our national colleagues in upgrading the Rosemore facility, beautiful 40 million rand facility through cooperative governments, and thanks to our colleagues of the Department of Infrastructure and Local Government that has also played a role in doing that. So throughout the province, we have continuous engagements with our colleagues, and of course, municipalities, rightfully so, have their own mandates and their own priorities, but we're constantly trying to work with them to facilitate, and in this case, working together to upgrade facilities like the wonderful Rosemore facility we opened on Monday. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Members. Are there any further follow-up questions? There seems to be no further follow-up questions on question number 4, and that brings us to the end of question number 4 on the question paper. I move on to question number 5, and I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness, Minister Winger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the 18th of February 2025, a fire damaged the Railton Clinic in Swellendam. Additional areas sustained water damage during efforts to extinguish the blaze. Following the fire, the Railton Clinic remains closed because parts of the brick building have been declared unsafe. The Department of Infrastructure appointed a main contractor to repair the damage, but I'm informed that the contractor has fallen in breach of contract. It is my understanding that the DOI is now following its termination process, after which a new contractor will be appointed through the DOI contractor framework to complete the work. Health and wellness engineering and professional support teams remain involved, and the clinic can only reopen once an independent safety inspection confirms that the building is once again fit for occupation. Should a section be certified sooner than the rest, services will resume there in a limited capacity while full renovations continue. In response to Part B, in the interim, all Railton patients have been redirected to the Swellendam Clinic, which has been restructured to manage additional consultations. Patient records, medicine, and essential equipment were moved to Swellendam Clinic to protect continuity of care. On the 3rd of June of this year, a temporary facility known as the Railton Alternate was opened on the hospital grounds, which includes a fully furnished staff container with 4 consulting rooms, separate ablutions for staff and for the public, and provision for a tuberculosis sputum booth and a marquee tent have been installed. For the sake of the honourable members, this is what the temporary structure looks like to accommodate patients in the interim. Additionally, a partially repaired mobile unit serves as extra office space, easing congestion, while 2 mobile clinics are covering limited routes so that chronic medicines can reach rural patients. Plus, 2 new mobile units have been allocated to the district and will be deployed soon. Throughout this period, the department issues regular updates through local media, notice boards, and stakeholder networks so that residents and staff remain fully informed of these interim arrangements and progress on the rebuild. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. I recognize the Honourable Windvogel.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Minister, for the answer. I assume, Minister, you know the distance from Railton to town when we speak about our elderly and our sick people. And our engagement with the hospital board and the manager, there was a request, or there was a type of an agreement that they will try to assist those elderly people and sick people with transport. So now I'm happy at least you listen with the extra accommodation of that you put up there in front of the hospital. But the problem is not reaching. The service is not.
Order. Honourable Windvogel, can you pose your follow-up question to the Minister? You don't need to motivate it. Please just pose the question.
Okay. So it's actually not reaching the people who really need the service. So you really need to look at it. Then on this question, I just want to know in terms of your timelines, by when do you expect the new contractor to start and by when will they finish?
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Before I recognize you, Honourable members, you are, in terms of the rules, you can ask 1 follow-up question based on the response of the Minister and based on the initial question posed. Honourable Minister, I'm not going to dictate how you answer that, but there was more than 1 question posed to you. I'm not going to dictate how you respond to that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are aware of the transport issues. So we have been working very hard with our colleagues in the Department of Mobility, and we're close to finalizing a partnership with local taxi associations that will transport the elderly and children along with their guardians to the clinic at no cost. And we hope to finalize this within coming weeks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. I recognize Honourable Boyson.
Mr. Speaker, generally in the private sector, there's a lot of goodwill through you, Mr. Speaker, what are the chances of the department engaging potential stakeholders to become landlords in the instance while we're still busy renovating it at Railton? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much. So in these sorts of situations that are unforeseen, we do rely on partnerships, and it certainly is a team effort. So the partnership, if it can be concluded successfully with the taxi associations, I think would be an excellent example of bringing that to life. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, are there any further follow-up questions? Any further follow-up questions? Honourable Van Vogel. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I'm afraid I'm not in a position to answer the timelines, as I'm not aware of those inner workings there, because the contractor will be appointed by the Department of Infrastructure. So if the Honourable Member would be able to pose a question in writing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Honourable members, are there any further follow-up questions? If not, that concludes question number 5 on the question paper. And I recognize, we move on to question number 6, and I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness, Minister Wenger. I think it's your day today.
Certainly seems so. Okay, in response to the question from the Honourable Member on the upgrade of the Puckelsdorp Clinic, this project in Part A is the project is to upgrade the Puckelsdorp Clinic and forms part of the capital infrastructure component of the NHI grant, which is initiated by the national government. I'm informed that there's a legal dispute between the National Department of Health as the client and the Infrastructure Development Trust, the IDT, as the implementing agent, and this has not yet been resolved. Questions regarding timelines and scope should therefore be directed at the National Department of Health. In Part 2, questions regarding the appointment of a contractor also should be directed to the National Department of Health. However, I believe that the procurement cannot proceed while there is an ongoing dispute. The Department of Health and Wellness has written to the National Department of Health multiple times, as well as to the Director General, and I have written to the National Minister of Health to raise our serious concerns about the non-delivery of this project.
Thank you very much. Honourable Van Vogel.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm covered.
Thank you very much. Honourable Boyson.
Mr. Speaker, from time to time, NHI-sponsored projects will stall due to the complications within NHI. My question then, Mr. Speaker, is in such instances, what is the department's alternative to cover up for any stalled NHI projects?
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister.
Thank you to the Honourable Member for the question. We have multiple failures of NHI projects that are managed by the National Department, not only in Puckelsdorp, but also in Parkdean, Oudtshoorn Clinic, Oudtshoorn Hospital, Disseldsdorp Clinic, Blanco Clinic, Albertinia Clinic, Riversdale Clinic, and Riversdale Hospital. It's always been the position of the Western Cape government that the centralisation of healthcare to the national sphere, whether it be for the delivery of infrastructure or the management of hospitals, cannot work and will not expand the provision of healthcare to people of this province. We could have done quite a lot as the Western Cape government with 105 million rand allocated for these projects, which ultimately are being failed to deliver on. But for our side, we have 3 projects that we have recent projects in the region. The Ladysmith Clinic, which was completed last year and cost 25 million rand. Last month, I visited the 55 million rand Hornley Clinic in Knysna, and I'm pleased to say that it is progressing well. The foundations have been completed at my last visit, and it is on track. And just 2 weeks ago, I was in Mossel Bay at the George Road Clinic, which is also coming along very nicely, and the department is spending 11 million rand to deliver services for residents there.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, are there any further follow-ups? Honourable Van Vogel, is there a follow-up?
Yes, Speaker.
I need to do it for the record. So Honorable Van Vogel, I recognize you.
No, Speaker, I just wanted to check with the Minister in the absence of, let's say, the National Department and the dispute between the Leicester Department and the Provincial Department. Are you going to wait? Let's say if you take another 10 years, will you wait up until the dispute are solved? Or do you have other plans in place to serve our people? Because we know the NHI is doing very good in the Southern Cape. Wherever they were, you can see there's a difference.
Thank you. Order members, if you want to ask a question, you can. I will provide you an opportunity. There's no need to debate one another. The question was posed to the Minister. The Minister is very capable of answering that question. Honourable Minister.
Thanks, Speaker. The last I checked, Pockelsdorp is in the Southern Cape, and that project is not progressing very well. The issue is that it comes through an indirect grant, so we don't have any levers over the project in and of itself. And so the issue is that it's also impacting on our service delivery, because in some cases, in some of these projects, we've decanted facilities in preparation for the building works, which then for whatever reason, and because of the dispute between the implementer and the National Department, is not coming to fruition. So what we're trying to do is, as fast as possible, to try and have this resolved, or otherwise the option would be for this to be converted into a direct grant, in which case we would be able to deliver on infrastructure ourselves.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Honourable members, are there any further follow-up questions? That seems to be no further follow-ups. That brings us to the end of question number 6. On the question paper, we move on to question number 7, and I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture, Economic Development and Tourism, Minister Meyer.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. Can I just determine which number is that on the question paper?
That is question number 7, Honourable Minister.
Is that the question from Honourable Member
Masipa?
Masipa? Okay, thank you very much, Chair. I very much like to answer the question in Afrikaans, if I may. Die skema vir die betroubare toeroperateurs, agbare lid, is 'n Suid-Afrikaanse inisiatief wat daarop gemik is om 'n eenvoudiger visumaansoekproses van stapel te stuur, om visumaansoeke baie meer eenvoudiger te maak, vir spesifiek ook dan vir groepe vanaf die ooste, spesifiek ook dan China en India. Dit behels die vennootskappe tussen die Departement van Binnelandse Sake en geselekteerde toeroperateurs om 'n digitale platform te bied om visumaansoeke in te dien en dan ook sodoende te verwerk. Agbare Spreker, hierdie skema wil dan toerisme ondersteun, die rompslomp te verminder en visumverwerkingstye vir hierdie sleutelmarkte te verbeter. Die skema bied aan deelnemende toeroperateurs vinniger omkeertye vir visumaansoeke en verminder bureaukratiese hindernisse. Toeriste trek voordeel uit 'n meer stroombeleide visumaansoekproses en dit het die potensiaal om tot verhoogde besoekerstalle vir die toerismebedryf te lei. Die sogenaamde Trusted Tour Operator Scheme, dit bied dan die volgende voordele: 'n verbeterde geloofwaardigheid en bestemming, die deur toeroperateurs te sertifiseer wat aan streng standaarde voldoen, versterk die skema internasionale vertroue in die provinsie se toerisme aanbod, veral vir groepsreise en hoë waarde markte. 'n Volgende voordeel van hierdie skema, agbare Spreker, is ondersteuning vir transformasie en inklusiwiteit. Die skema sluit meganismes in wat opkomende en histories benadeelde toeriste operateurs ondersteun om toegang te kry tot nuwe toeristenmarkte en meer volledig in die toerisme-ekonomie deel te neem. 'n Verdere voordeel, agbare spreker, is die versterking van vennootskappe. Dit maak nouer samewerking moontlik tussen die regering, die privaat sektor en internasionale diplomatieke sendings wat sentraal staan om hindernisse in verband met die regulatoriese omgewing of marktoegang te pak. En hierdie is werklik een van die nuwe inisiatiewe wat ons sien en dit het groot waarde. Agbare spreker, ek was verlede maand ook by die Africa Travel Indaba in Durban, waar ek ook dan met die verskillende operateurs, veral ook uit India, met hulle ook daar vergader het, en veral met die mense wat ook dan in die media spesifiek is, om hierdie skema aktief te bevorder, sodat ons meer toeriste na die Weskaap kan lok. Dankie, agbare spreker.
Baie dankie, agbare minister. I recognize the Honourable Masipa. Do you have any follow-up questions?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Thank you, Minister, for the comprehensive answer. Minister, just a follow-up question is, does the Minister believe that expanding this trusted tour operator scheme to include additional source markets beyond India and China will positively contribute to the province's economic growth and job creation? Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member Masipa. I will reply in English. I think there's a huge market. I have met with the South African tourism industry from the National Department, and they have confirmed that last year, 2024, the biggest percentage growth, not the numbers, but the percentage growth was into the Western Cape. Tourist numbers were from the United States of America, and secondly, from the Netherlands. We also know that annually we get about 400,000 visitors, tourists from the United Kingdom, and therefore I have met with the Consul General of the United Kingdom. I've also met with the newly appointed ambassador of the Netherlands, and certainly I have also met with the Consul General of the United States. We are seeing great growth potential, and we now know the source markets. I'm very thankful for the National Department, particularly about tourism, but also the Department of Home Affairs, who have been pioneering this particular trusted tour operators, because what we have seen is significant growth from those particular source markets. But the question that the Honourable Member is now asking, is there potential to roll this out to further new markets? I think because this government believes in evidence-led and data-led governance, we will wait for the tourist numbers and the figures coming after a year. This was now recently been piloted. We like to see when a project or a new scheme is implemented. We would like to give it 12 months to run, put it through independent evaluation so that we have the proper facts and the data to make further assessments. But in a general trend, I see that South Africa, given the geopolitics, is suddenly the safest country in the world. And I think we in the Western Cape and in South Africa in general will now benefit from major tourists. And I'm certainly that this trusted tour operating scheme, if we expand it to other source markets, we can hugely benefit. I don't want the Western Cape to succeed. I want South Africa to succeed. And therefore, I will also encourage that this program must benefit all 9 provinces in South Africa. I think there's great potential, there's great appetite, and there are great significant things. I have last week also met with the Minister of Tourism, Minister Patricial, and she has also asked me to work more closely with her regarding the further rollout of tourism here in the Western Cape. And I have subsequently written to her, and we are waiting for that particular meeting. So I'm looking forward, Honourable Member Masipa, for the further growth in the Western Cape. You will know that in terms of the growth for job strategy, I have over time, by the year 2035, have to triple the tourist numbers here in the Western Cape. And therefore, Honourable Speaker, I have called for a Municipal Economic and Tourism Summit. And this summit will take place on the 8th till the 10th of July next month. And I will bring all the tourism people together in the province so that we can decide how we can exponentially grow the tourism assets in specifically the rural areas. Honorable Speaker, you will also know that for the next 6 months, Cape Town is fully booked, and therefore I want to channel also a lot of tourists into the regional areas, the various districts. And I had some discussions yesterday, for example, with the tourism people and the municipal manager of Hessequa in Riversdale, and there are great significant developments in this particular regard.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Honourable members, are there any further follow-up questions? There's no further follow-up questions, and that also brings us to the end of questions for oral reply. Honourable members, the outstanding replies will be printed in Hansard. We move on to statements by members in terms of Rule 145, and I recognise the Democratic Alliance.
Honorable Speaker, June marks Men's Mental Health Awareness Month, a vital reminder of the mental health challenges facing many men in the Western Cape. The Democratic Alliance calls on everyone to engage with the men in their lives, partners, friends, families, colleagues, and to encourage open, honest conversations about mental health and the importance of seeking support. Mental health is a critical part of overall well-being, yet it remains under-discussed, especially amongst men. We need to do away with the Wild West saying that cowboys don't cry. Cowboys should not suffer in silence. Research shows that 1 in 3 South Africans will experience mental health issues during their lifetime. Alarmingly, suicide accounts for 11% of all injury deaths in the Western Cape, with 80% of those being men amongst the ages of 20 and 39. I wish to take this opportunity to commend the Department of Health and Wellness for their work to improve acute psychiatric units. These modern facilities are designed with patients' needs in mind, providing spaces that promote dignity, healing, and recovery. We're also aware that there are space challenges at some hospitals. Mental health is just as important as physical health. We must break the stigma around mental health illness, and we must support those struggling in silence and encourage them to seek help. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. I recognise the ANC.
Speaker, given the patriarchal offensive currently directed at women within the Mobility Department, I must remind this House that the essence of our revolution as the National Liberation Forces remains rooted in the struggle to resolve 3 interrelated contradictions: class, national question, and gender struggles. Under the DA-led government, it is evident that this struggle is far from over. Within the Provincial Traffic Division, we are witnessing a disturbing pattern of hostility towards Black officials, particularly Black women, which exposes the deep and persistent structural injustice entrenched in this government. A striking example is the department's hostile and inhuman handling of a sexual harassment case involving a former senior official, Mr. Payne. The victim, a woman, suffered immense psychological trauma because of the incident and was booked off due to this, its impact on her mental health. She subsequently exhausted all her leave entitlements and applied for incapacity leave, a request the department heartlessly denied. Even more appalling is that the department then froze the victim's salary, effectively punishing her twice. First as a target of sexual abuse, and again as a worker seeking justice and healing. Deepening the problem further is the alleged continued presence of a certain official in court in support of her former boss, despite seriousness of the allegations, strongly suggests that the mistreatment of the victim may be taking place under the influence or instruction of the accused. This official has now been rewarded as acting head of department. Against this background, we call on the MEC for Mobility and the Premier to take urgent and decisive action to intervene directly in this matter and to institute a full and independent investigation, not only into the original incident, but into the conduct of department employees who continue to pledge allegiance to a former colleague accused of serious crime. This House must send a strong and unequivocal message that
Honourable member, your time has expired. Your time has expired.
will not happen
Honourable member.
and will not allow their
Honourable member, I've called you to order more than once. That's a transgression of the rules. Your time has expired. We all work within the rules. Member statements are for 2 minutes to all political parties. So I've switched off your microphone halfway through your speech and it will reflect in Hansard as such. I recognize the PA.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Speaker. Honourable Speaker, today I rise with a heavy and saddened heart. The trending viral videos are one that no public representative should ever become accustomed to seeing. The footage shows elderly citizens, our mothers and fathers, lying under blankets on the sidewalk outside a SASSA office in the Cape Town, not sleeping, camping out in the cold in desperation, just for the chance to be yelled the following day. It's a disgrace. Speaker, this is not a once-off incident. A neighbor near the office confirmed that people begin arriving as early as 5 p.m. the previous day, every day, because they cannot afford to risk being turned away when the doors opened. And it's not just in Bellville. This is happening at SASSA offices across the province and beyond. These are not just numbers on a file. These are vulnerable citizens, elderly people, people with disabilities, single parents, relying on government grants to survive. Yet they are being forced to risk their health, safety, and dignity for what should be a basic service. And if after hours of waiting, they are finally allowed inside, what awaits them? According to public comments under the video, they are often met with rude and dismissive staff. Some are sent away without assistance, told to return on another day without explanation. This is inhuman, Speaker. This is not what a caring state looks like. This is not how a country treats its most vulnerable. And this cannot be allowed to continue under our watch. We must hold SASSA and the Department of Social Development accountable. We must demand urgent action, more staff, extended hours, better systems, and above all, the respect and compassion that our people deserve. Because dignity should never depend on how early you can line up on a cold pavement. And I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Member. I recognize the DA.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, it is important to reflect on a critical development in the minibus taxi sector, one that brings hope to thousands of commuters across the Cape Metro. On the 4th of June 2025, representatives from Qatar and Cordeta met to resolve ongoing disputes affecting the Mfuleni and Somerset and Khayelitsha Somerset routes. In a constructive show of leadership and responsibility, all parties acknowledge the urgent need to ensure that public transport services are delivered safely, reliable, and within the bounds of their regulated operations. This agreement follows a prolonged period of instability that not only disrupted lives and livelihoods, but also tragically cost many lives. The toll has been heavy, and the ongoing conflict caused immense inconvenience and distress for countless commuters who rely on public transport daily. Let us be clear, the violence that characterized this period must be unequivocally condemned. It has no place in our community and must never again be a means of resolving disputes. By sitting down as adults, engaging in dialogue, and placing the interests of commuters above all else, these associations have shown that peace is possible when there's political will and shared purpose. Both organizations reaffirm their duty to uphold order and protect the well-being of those who depend on public transport. This agreement represents more than a cessation of hostilities. It is a commitment to a structured cooperation, safer operations, and long-term sectoral improvement. I commend all stakeholders for facilitating this resolution and urge continued accountability from all parties involved. Thank you, Deputy.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I recognize the EFF.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The EFF has no statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Kasim. I recognize the NCC.
Thank you, Speaker. Am I audible?
You may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, today the NCC rises to highlight the visible disparity between black informal settlements and colored informal settlements in the Western Cape. For example, Grabouw. Speaker, when you enter from Cape Town side on the N2, there's a huge informal settlement that sits on your left. Now, these people are from the Eastern Cape and some are foreign nationals. The area is a land that belonged to government and it was taken without permission. But this area is serviced with water, electricity, waste, and sanitation. Speaker, as you travel down just past Grabouw, on the same road, on your right-hand side, there you will find Knoflokskraal. Now, there you will find there's an indigenous group of Aboriginal people, or they are offsprings of the Aboriginal, or they blood related to the Aboriginal. But it's a group of people that wants to preserve their roots and culture. Speaker, just like Orania, like the Xhosas or Zulus, our vendors, we would also love to preserve our culture and our way of life. Now, this community has been there for close to 5 years with no services provided. And we ask ourselves, why? Why are the Aboriginal or the colored community treated like third-class citizens? Yet other illegal land-grabbing informal settlements are serviced and developed. Speaker, now we were told that this year the Western Cape provincial government will spend 6 billion rand on informal settlements, yet nothing for Knoflokskraal. As it that I know a colored community is. Speaker, I want the colored community to take note. You must pay your monthly rent or you will be evicted. You must pay high tariffs on basic services or you will be cut down. You must pay your rates or the sheriff will repossess your furniture. Speaker, the signs are crystal clear. There are 3 sets of rules and we will remain the oppressed. Al wat ek sê is coloureds skrik wakker. Amma sê. Thank you.
I recognize the ANC.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I rise today with deep concern to once again highlight the unacceptable and worsening state of healthcare service in the Western Cape, this time at Villa Clinic in Villiersdorp. The clinic, though newly built, is failing dismally to meet the basic healthcare needs of the community. Residents, especially farm workers, are forced to take precious time off work to seek medical attention, only to wait long queues all day and be turned away when the clinic closed before they are helped. They are told to come back the next day for someone earning a meager daily wage. This is not just an inconvenience, but also a financial blow, a loss of income and a denial of dignity. Even more disturbing, pregnant women are now being denied access to free pregnancy tests, a basic component of primary health care. They are told to purchase pregnancy kits out of their own pockets and then return to the clinic with the results. When the Constitution guarantees access to free basic health services, how do we explain this blatant exclusion of the poor? Speaker, we cannot allow a brand new clinic to become a symbol of broken promises, lack of staff, lack of resources, and a lack of urgency from the Western Cape government are eroding the health and dignity of the people of Villiersdorp. The ANC demands that the MEC in the department urgently intervene. The people of Villiersdorp deserve quality healthcare, not a building without services. I thank you.
I recognize the DA.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I rise today to extend my sincere gratitude to the disaster risk management teams across the Western Cape and within our municipalities. Thanks to their dedication and preparedness, we have thus far recorded no serious incidents despite the adverse weather conditions. This speaks volumes about the level of readiness and coordination we have in our province. In the Western Cape, we're proud to have well-trained and responsive teams that act swiftly when adverse weather warnings are issued, as we saw just yesterday. As we brace for further inclement weather, I'm confident that these teams will continue to operate with vigilance and professionalism. This is the standard of excellence we have come to expect from this capable and responsive government. I also want to take this opportunity to call on all public representatives across all levels to play an active, visible and hands-on role, especially in low-lying and vulnerable areas across the province. Our communities must not only be protected, they must be treated with compassion, respect, and dignity in their time of need. Nowhere else in South Africa can one find a more capable government than right here in the Western Cape, and it is our duty to strengthen that trust through action on the ground, particularly with this kind of weather. I thank you.
Thank you very much. I recognize the Freedom Front Plus.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, the Freedom Front Plus regards the concept of transformation to be a central theme throughout our constitutional democracy. As Speaker, for the past 31 years, South Africans from all walks of life had to bend the knee to an ANC and its proxies' failed economic policies, delaying positive transformation and delaying socio-economic transformation. We must accept the incapacity of the ANC to reverse the historical injustices of the past by themselves. Transformation must be redefined during the proposed national dialogue announced by the President. A more comprehensive action plan must be drafted after listening to all stakeholders, including businesses, the youth, cultural groups, and civil society at large. Transformation must also include the vision that includes all cultural group rights of access to opportunities for advancement and the urgent eradication of abject poverty, especially among Black, African, and colored communities. We must reduce income inequality, but this will only become possible that cannot become possible without economic growth. We need economic growth in order to change and improve the quality of our people's lives. Speaker, the economic growth must be at least between 4 and 6% per annum. In concluding, Speaker, we call upon our government to implement actions and policies that will not delay positive transformation and reverse the injustices of the past. The GNU must lead the way to a better future, a more inclusive future, and a non-racist future. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. I recognize Al-Jamal.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Speaker, on behalf of the Al-Jamal Party, we want to wish all the Muslims in the Western Cape and across the globe a happy New Year 1447. We wish all the whole Muslim community a prosperous, a blessed, and a beautiful year 1447. I thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much. I recognize the ACDP.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the ACDP welcomes the proposal by the Medal Committee meeting on Tuesday to assist struggling Cape Town residents in financial distress. The City of Cape Town is considering a once-off debt remission to those buckling under financial distress. The city will write off 2.2 billion rand in outstanding irrecoverable debt owed to it. If the once-off debt relief is offered by the city, the ACDP calls on city residents that are facing hardships and qualify for this relief to go to or contact the City of Cape Town to make use of this debt relief. Speaker, this relief is much needed because of a number of reasons, amongst other, the substantial electricity tariff increases, frequent load shedding, contributing to economic hardships as businesses were faced with a reduction in productivity, loss of income, and job losses. Speaker, the residents outside of the City of Cape Town is also deserving of a break, and we are urging other municipalities to look at debt relief for struggling residents within their municipalities. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I recognize Good.
Thank you, Speaker. We have no statement.
Thank you very much. I recognize the DA.
Honourable Speaker, we live in an age of technological change, where in the space of a few decades we have progressed from mobile phones, emails to social media. Suddenly we are in the midst of AI, artificial intelligence. Business professionals are already using Chat GPT and similar technologies to draft initial documents for editing. Professor Johan Fourie of Stellenbosch University has recently written about experiments in the use of AI in the field of education to assist learners and thereby support traditional methods of education. Numerous studies are taking place internationally in this field, one of which relates to a program being undertaken in Nigeria where AI augmented education has been tested in ordinary public schools. Learners were invited to participate in receiving lessons after school by using Chat GPT on a computer in learning English during 12 sessions over 6 weeks. The results reflect that the impact of the intervention extended well beyond the brief 6 weeks of the program, with improvements in year-end exams. In our rapidly changing world, one can foresee the use of AI in our province by the WCED to help bolster reading and maths learning for our young learners. Our teachers would similarly need to be trained to be able to apply AI to supplement traditional education methods for the benefit of our learners. Speaker, the future is upon us, as we all need to step up in understanding the benefits of AI. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable members. Honourable members, that concludes members' statements in terms of Rule 145, subsection 6. I now give one or more members of the executive present an opportunity to respond to members' statements for not more than 5 minutes collectively if they so wish. Can I just get an indication? There is no Honourable Minister Wenger.
I'd just like to ask the Honourable Windvogel if she'd please send through the information regarding the clinic in Valiesdorp so it can be investigated.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Honourable, are there any further inputs in terms of Rule 145, subsection 6? No, in that case, that's the end of members' statements. We move on to notices of motions in terms of Rule 151. In terms of Rule 151, all notices of motions by members are required to be delivered to the Secretary for placing it on the order paper. These motions have been duly submitted and published on the order paper below the line. We now move on to motions without notice in terms of Rule 150. I would like to inform you that in terms of Standing Rule 150 pertaining to motions without notice, condolence and congratulatory were submitted to the Programming Authority prior to this plenary on the 24th of June 2025. Members are also reminded that notices of motions without notice pertaining to congratulatory and condolences will not be allowed in the sitting that have not been processed by the Programming Authority. I have since been duly informed that the Programming Authority meeting on the 24th of June 2025, political parties did submit the names of the honourable members in the desired order of speaking and who had wished to move a motion without notice in the sitting of the House. I will therefore, just for noting and for the purposes of the minutes, call out the honourable member whose names have accordingly been submitted and approved. The following motions submitted by members have been approved by the Programming Authority as follows. Honourable D.G. Jacobs, Honourable F. Kamfer, Honourable R. Windvogel, Honourable P.Z. Lekker, Honourable P. Stoffels, Honourable N.P. Masipa, Honourable N.P. Masipa, Honourable N.P. Masipa, Honourable N.P. Masipa, Honourable B.M. van Minnen, 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 Honourable L.D. van Wyk, and Honourable A.P. Barnes. Honourable members, I now put the motions duly submitted and approved by the Programming Authority to the House. Are there any objections? No objections. Agreed to. The motions will appear in the minutes of the proceedings and in Hansard in each individual member's name as if the member had read them out aloud. I will now afford the opportunity to members to move motions without notice as per Standing Rule 150, subsection 2, subsection D. This could also include motions without notice that were not approved by the Programming Authority meeting. Members, you are reminded that 30 minutes as per Standing Rule 150, subsection 2, subsection D will start now. I recognize the Honourable Bryant.
Thank you, Speaker. I hereby move without notice that this House congratulates the West Coast District Municipality on being recognized as the best municipality in the country, following the annual review of local municipalities, which covered audit outcomes for the 2023-24 financial year, and further acknowledges the positive impact this achievement has had in the respective communities, and further notes that where the Democratic Alliance governs, it governs well.
Thank you very much. Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice?
Object.
There's an objection and the motion will be printed on the order paper. Order member, there's no need for debate. There's an objection and it will be printed on the order paper. I recognize the Honourable Professor Noma French Mbombo.
Thank you, Speaker. The motion without notice that the House notes and commend the 40 million investment by the DA-run George municipality into the upgrade of the Rosemore Stadium in George, a game-changing development that includes an athletic track, netball courts, and a grandstand certified to host provincial and national competitions. This investment not only creates new sporting opportunities for media talents in the guiding route, but also drives local job creation and demonstrate the DA's commitment to community upliftment through infrastructure development. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Honourable members, are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice?
Object.
There is an objection and the motion will be printed on the order paper. I recognize Honourable Bosman.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I move without notice that the House notes with growing concerns the growing signs of division within the African National Congress caucus in the Western Cape. In light of recent developments, including the decision of the South African Communist Party to contest the upcoming local government elections, notably with Honourable Benson Ngwensu emerging as a candidate. Further notes the increasingly uneasy position of the ANC in managing individuals who hold dual membership in both the ANC and the SACP, particularly regarding political alignment, loyalty, and coherent representation. That the House recognizes the continued decline in public support for the ANC and its allied formations in the province, as contrasted with the growing confidence expressed by voters in the Democratic Alliance's record of effective and accountable governance in the Western Cape. I so move with the permission of Honourable Ngwensu.
Sure.
Honourable members, in terms of the parliamentary rules, I must put the motion to the House before you object, which I have not done. Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice?
Object.
There is an objection. There is an objection, honourable members. There's no need for debate. You will have an opportunity because it will go below the line and you will have an opportunity to debate it at a future sitting. I recognize the Honourable Stevens.
Thank you, Speaker. The PA moves without notice that the House congratulates the Patriotic Alliance on their victory in the recent by-election for winning Ward 9, Mossel Bay, in yesterday's by-election. I so move.
Honourable members, are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? There is an objection and the motion will be printed on the order paper. I recognize the Honourable Stoffels.
Thank you, Speaker.
On behalf of the African National Congress, motion without notice, would like to congratulate the Gauteng Provincial Government under the leadership of Premier Panyaza Lesufi for successfully initiating and implementing lifestyle audits on senior government officials. The audits are conducted in partnership with Special Investigating Unit SIU to form part of a broader anti-corruption strategy aimed to strengthening transparency, ethical governance, and public trust in state institutions. Would like the Western Cape government to follow suit to root out corruption where it exists and ends public trust. I so move.
Thank you very much, honourable members. Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? There is an objection. Order. There is an objection and it will be printed on the order paper. There's no need for debate. You will have an opportunity at a future sitting if the House so wishes to debate that topic. I recognize Honourable Ngensu.
I move to note that Cape Town City Football Club, it was the only team representing the city of Cape Town in the South African Premier Soccer League, following the relegation of another Cape Town-based team in the 2023-24 season, Cape Town Spurs Football Club. The relegation of Cape Town City marks another significant setback for the top-flight football in Cape Town, a city with a rich footballing heritage and a passionate sporting community. The PSL plays a critical role in youth development, talent scouting, local economic activity, and job creation. This development highlights the need for increased institutional support for professional football in the Western Cape, including grassroots development, investment in clubs, and improved collaboration between private sector, government, and sports fields. We need government to act now, and act decisively. I so move.
Thank you very much, honourable member. Honourable members, are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? No objections. Agreed to. Order. Order. There was no objection, and we move on. I recognize the Honourable Lecker.
Thank you, Speaker. I move without notice that the House congratulates the African National Congress on their victory in the recent by-election held in Ward 8, Knysna Municipality in the Western Cape. This victory demonstrates the growing confidence of communities in the leadership, vision, and service delivery of the ANC. The residents of Ward 8 have expressed their faith in the ANC's commitment to addressing their needs, improving service delivery, and building a more inclusive, accountable, and development-oriented local government. I so move.
Are there any objections to the motion being moved? There's no objection. The motion will be printed below the line. I recognize the Honourable Nkwentsu.
I move without notice with deep concern regarding the increase in violent shootings and gang-related incidents in Khayelitsha and other working-class communities in Cape Town in recent weeks, resulting in multiple deaths and injuries and leaving residents living in fear. These acts of violence continue to destabilize communities, disrupt schooling, local business, and broader society. While the Western Cape government continues to invest in safety initiatives in affluent suburbs and the Cape Town CBD, working-class communities remain under-resourced, under-policed, and disproportionately affected by violent crime. I so move.
Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? There's objections. It will be printed on the order paper below the line. I recognize the Honourable Win Vogel.
On behalf of the ANC, I move without notice to wish the Banyana all the best in the upcoming Women's Africa Cup of Nations 2025, which take place in Morocco from July 5th to the 26th. Banyana go into the tournament as defending champions. We wish Coach Desiree Ellis in a place all the best. The nation is behind them, and we know they will make us proud. I so move.
Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? There's no objections. Agreed to. Honourable members, before we conclude the business of the day, I am to rule based on the sitting of the 22nd of May 2025, in which a point of order was raised by the Minister of Health and Wellness. During the sitting of the 22nd of May 2022, in the course of the debate on Interpolation 1, the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness raised a point of order concerning a statement attributed to the Honourable Member Stoffel. Specifically, the Minister requested a ruling on whether it was parliamentary for the Honourable Stoffels to assert that the Honourable Minister Simmers was abusing members of this Parliament. At the time, I did not clearly hear the remark in question and therefore sought clarity directly from the Honourable Stoffels. Her response to me, and I quote, "No, not at all, Honourable Deputy Speaker." I committed to reviewing the Hansard transcript of the proceedings before making a determination. Having now examined the official Hansard record, I wish to provide my considered ruling. The transcript reflects that the Honourable Stoffels stated, "You can say what you want, MEC Simmers. You are abusing the members of this Parliament and we want this report to the House." While the principles of open and vigorous debate are foundational to the functioning of this House, such discourse must be conducted within the parameters of the parliamentary decorum and mutual respect. Members are expected to refrain from making statements that impute improper motives or conduct on fellow members. The comment attributed to the Honourable Stoffels makes serious allegations against another member, and in doing so breaches the conventions that govern respectful engagement in this chamber. Honourable Stoffels, are you able to stand? It is thus my ruling that I find your comment unparliamentary and therefore respectfully request that you withdraw the statement in question.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, with great respect, I'm not going to withdraw.
Can you remain standing? I would give you some advice in terms of the rules. You are allowed, in terms of the rules, to bring any substantive matter should you make any allegation against any member seated in this House. I will again request that you withdraw your comment.
Honourable Speaker, I will repeat myself with great respect. I'm not going to withdraw.
I will then request that you leave the sitting. Honourable Member Syed.
Speaker, the African National Congress will be leaving with Member Stoffels. We don't agree with the ruling. Thank you.
Honourable members, I've given my ruling. The remarks made was unparliamentary and breaches the conventions that govern respectful engagement in this chamber. I thus find the comment made and attributed to Member Stoffels as unparliamentary. Minister.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, is it possible to make some of these rulings at the beginning of the sitting? Because it constantly happens now that the ANC members make unparliamentary language comments, and then at the end of the sitting, they make a show of leaving the House once they have contributed. So there's no real consequences for making unparliamentary remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. I will definitely take your comment and input under advisement. Thank you. Honourable members, that concludes the business of the day. The secretary will now end the meeting, and all members online will be exited from the sitting. The House is adjourned.